Chapter 194. Tian Chanzi saw Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir from afar. He walked over with a glass of wine and asked, "Why are you two here? Can't we come?" Tang Zheng asked with a smile. He pointed at a beautiful woman who was winking at Tian Chanzi and said, "I heard that you've been very free and unfettered recently. You've been enjoying yourself so much that you've forgotten your home. Little brat, you're deliberately embarrassing me in front of my disciple, right?" Tian Chanzi pretended to be angry. Tang Zheng laughed. "How could that be? You should quickly go over. Otherwise, the beauties over there won't be able to wait any longer and will come over to denounce me. Don't joke around with me. Let me tell you something. After careful consideration today, I've decided to leave ordinary balance in a few days. I want to find out what happened in the past 1,000 years and what's going on with the martial organization. 1,000 years ago, there was no such organization as the martial organization." Tian Chanzi drank a mouthful of wine and became serious. Tang Zheng's head sank and he nodded. "That's good. Otherwise, we'll be in a passive state. That martial organization is too strange. I suspect that something must have happened. Otherwise, they would have already come to find trouble with you. Since they haven't made a move, that means you're safe for the time being. As long as you pay attention to hiding your identity, you won't be in too much trouble." Tian Chanzi analyzed. Tang Zheng secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he rejected the interview today. Otherwise, the media would have bombarded him indiscriminately. It would have been difficult for him not to be exposed. As for what happened to the martial organization, he was also very curious. He also agreed with Tian Chanzi's analysis. There must have been something that caused the martial organization to not come to ordinary balance. Since he was temporarily not in danger, Tian Chanzi naturally did not need to continue staying by his side. Tian Chanzi looked at Fang Shishir and said, "Disciple, since you've already reached the 3rd grade refining qi, I'll focus on teaching you spells for the next few days. Once I leave, you can practice in peace." Fang Shishir's eyes lit up when she heard about the spell. "Thank you, Master. Tian Chanzi, I'm going to learn some new spells during this time, such as ground shrink and sword manipulation," Tang Zheng said. "No problem. You can indeed learn to shrink the ground now. Even if there is danger in the future, you can also run away quickly," Tian Chanzi agreed. Tang Zheng rolled his eyes and said, "Can't you say something nice about me? Running away when you can't win. You're making me look like a deserter. Little brat, don't blame me for not reminding you. Sometimes you're too stubborn. Running away when you can't win is not a shameful thing. Preserving your life is your greatest skill," Tian Chanzi warned. Tang Zheng couldn't help but remember the battles he experienced. Sometimes he was too impulsive. It seemed that he needed to change his strategy. Without Tian Chanzi by his side, if he couldn't win, he would just run away. As for the sword manipulation technique, you haven't reached the 1st grade foundation establishment. You can't learn it. I can't learn it now, but maybe I can learn it in the future. Moreover, once you leave, I don't know when I'll be able to see you again. So I have to prepare for a rainy day." Tian Chanzi laughed involuntarily. "Little brat, you're too scheming. Okay, I'll teach it to you. Although your ancient clear heaven scroll is good, it's only a pure mental cultivation method. It doesn't have the corresponding spells to support it. It's really a pity. Since the ancient clear heaven scroll is a pity, then why did you fight to the death with the Yin demons?" Tang Zheng said in a bad mood. Tian Chanzi blew his beard and glared at him, saying, "What do you know? Mental cultivation methods are the foundation of all spells. The better the mental cultivation method, the faster your cultivation progress. Then you have to supplement it with all kinds of spells. Only like this can you truly improve your fighting strength. Tang Jing obviously knew that the ancient clear heaven scroll was extraordinary, but he always felt that it was only a set of mental cultivation methods. Without the corresponding spells, it was like a person with only one leg. He always felt that half of it was missing. He suddenly had an idea and asked, Tian Chanzi, don't tell me there isn't a set of overall spells. Tian Chanzi shook his head. There are many spells in the world. How could there be someone who could collect all the spells? This project isn't just ordinary vast, but it also isn't necessary. However, every sect has their own spells. Many spells are similar, but their power is not the same. Tang Zhang said regretfully, that's really a pity. Could it be that in the future when my power is enough, but I don't have the corresponding spells to cultivate? Wouldn't that be too much of a pity? You little brat, don't be too greedy. I've already passed on my sect's most powerful outer heaven flying immortal sword technique to you. What are you still not satisfied with? This is my sect's most powerful attack spell. As long as you cultivate it to its peak, its power will definitely not be something you can imagine. Tian Chanzi said. Tang Zhang's heart moved. Now that he was already a 9th grade refining chi cultivator, he could learn a few more styles of the outer heaven flying immortal sword technique. However, he was not satisfied with this and said, no, before you leave, I still want to learn a few other things. For example, alchemy and formations. Tian Chanzi muttered to himself for a while and said, that's fine. In these few days, I will do my best to teach you. How much you can learn will depend on your luck. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. You should hurry and drink with the beauty. Otherwise, I will be pierced by her gaze. Tang Jing joked. Tian Chanzi glared at him and walked over with a cup of wine. The beauty immediately smiled sweetly and affectionately drank with Tian Chanzi. Fong Shishir couldn't help but sigh, Master's charm is really great. Hi hey, could it be that my charm is small? Of course it's big. However, isn't having a great beauty like me still not enough? Fong Shishir stared straight at him and asked. Tang Jing laughed, of course it's enough. Let's drink first. After ordering the wine, the two of them began to drink. Fong Shishir's alcohol tolerance was not bad. After drinking a few cups, her face was a bit red. Under the light, she was especially charming. Ring ring ring. Tang Zhang's phone suddenly rang. It was Feng Yong calling. Sure, you drink first. It's too noisy here. I'll go out and answer the phone. Fong Shishir waved her hand and said, go. Then she drank by herself. She enjoyed it very much. Tang Jing walked out of the bar and asked, hey, fatty. What's the matter? Boss, why did I hear that you refused the TV station's interview? This is a great opportunity to become famous. Feng Yong was puzzled and asked. I don't want to be famous. Damn, boss, I don't understand you. This is the dream of many people. It's great to be famous. Others want it but I don't. Boss, you are too profound. I can't see through you. Feng Yong sighed in amazement. I heard that the school has decided to promote Takashi as a benchmark. It's really infuriating. He is the 3rd place and he has the nerve to come out and make a fool of himself. Tang Zheng became interested and asked, oh, do you know what Takashi's reaction was? I heard that he agreed. This kid is very arrogant now. He just called me and said that tonight he invited the whole class to KTV to sing. He asked me to arrange it. He especially invited you and sister-in-law. Tang Jing frowned. This Takashi is really strange. It's reasonable to say that the other party is very afraid of him. Why would he take the initiative to invite him? Boss, you must go and kill this kid's prestige. Feng Yong said with righteous indignation. Okay, I'll go. Where is it? How? This is Ordinary Balance's biggest KTV. The hostesses are very beautiful. Fatty, you know the door. Have you experienced it before? Tang Jing joked. Feng Yong embarrassedly said, Boss, I've never been. I'm still a virgin. Then why not take advantage of tonight to end this identity? I can't bear to. Boss, you guys hurry over. I'll also leave soon. This may be our class's last gathering. You and sister-in-law are the main characters. You must not let Takashi steal the limelight. Tang Jing nodded. Okay, we'll go right away. Tang Jing returned to the bar and found that Feng Shishir was surrounded by 3 young men. Feng Shishir was very impatient and obviously did not want to pay attention to the other party. Tang Jing did not expect that after he left for a while, someone would go up and strike up a conversation. He quickly walked over and took Feng Shishir into his arms. He looked at the 3 people and said, She's my girlfriend. Brother, we only asked her to drink a glass of wine. Are you not going to give her face? The tallest of the 3 said. My girlfriend doesn't like to drink with others. Tang Jing coldly said. Oh, your tone is quite big. We all came out to play. If you don't give us face, then we won't be able to play. The 3 people deliberately surrounded the 2 in the center and said with an unkind expression. Tang Jing moved closer to Feng Shishir's ear and said as if there was no one else, Takashi invited the whole class to KTV. We'll also go. Feng Shishir said in surprise. That's strange. Yes, there must be a demon when things are abnormal. Takashi's behavior has been too abnormal recently. I originally had a conflict with him, so I have to go and find out. If you don't want to go, I'll send you home first. Tang Jing said. Feng Shishir shook her head. No, I'll go with you. Seeing the 2 whispering as if there was no one else around and acting intimately, the 3 people lost face and angrily said, Brother, did you hear me? Drink this glass of wine or don't even think about leaving here. Tang Jing was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party. He grabbed the wine bottle and fiercely hit the other party's head. Bang! The wine bottle shattered and the wine spilled all over the other party's face. The other party was stunned for a moment and shouted, F***ck, you dare hit me. Catch this brat for me. I want to teach him a lesson. Tang Jing didn't even look and consecutively smashed the other 2 bottles on the other 2 people's heads. He was extremely arrogant. The movement here had already attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Many people started to make a fuss and looked at the scene with interest. They were guessing what kind of person Tang Jing was that he dared to cause trouble in Brother Tiger's territory and was also so arrogant. The underlings who were watching the scene had already surrounded them. When they saw Tang Jing, they couldn't help but be stunned. They obviously recognized him. Tang Jing wasn't interested in staying and pointed at the 3 people in front of him. The underlings understood and immediately put the 3 people on the ground. Suddenly, there was a burst of screams. Tang Jing pulled Feng Shishir and left. Chapter 195. Emperor KTV. When Tang Jing and Feng Shishir arrived by car, Feng Yong was already waiting at the door. He quickly walked up to them and said, Boss, sister-in-law. Tang Jing asked, Where's Takashi? He just sent a few classmates to a private room. Feng Yong said, Boss, it's up to you tonight. This brat is so arrogant. I don't like him. He had been bullied by Takashi before, so of course, he didn't have a good impression of Takashi. Tang Jing still remembered that when he first entered the Hell class, he was almost drenched by Takashi. Later, because of Yi Ding Dang, he taught him a lesson. However, later on, Tang Jing displayed more and more strength. Takashi was scared, so Tang Jing didn't pay attention to him. But this time, Takashi's sudden rise made Tang Jing realize that Takashi was not simple. He was ready to figure out the other party's background. Ah, Tang Jing, Fang Shishir, you're here. Quick, please come in. Takashi walked out. When he saw Tang Jing and Fang Shishir, he greeted them warmly. No one could tell that there was any conflict between the two. Instead, it was like they were good friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Tang Jing's head trembled. Suddenly, he had an illusion that the other party was not the Takashi he knew, but another person. Sigh. However, this feeling was too mysterious. He couldn't figure it out. You're really generous tonight. You actually invited the whole class. Tang Jing said lightly. Takashi smiled and said, isn't it graduation? Everyone is just happy. The two of you are giving me a lot of face. Feng Yong, you take them in first. I'll pick up the other students. Watching Tang Jing and the others walk through the door of Emperor, Takashi's eyes flashed with a strong cold murderous intent. Immediately, he became harmless again. Boss, I feel that Takashi has changed into a different person. What do you think? Feng Yong said as he walked, he's never been so polite to me before. Tang Jing nodded, so, keep an eye on him and see what tricks he's playing. Understood. They came to the private room. This was the largest and most luxurious private room in Emperor, which could accommodate dozens of people. Many students were already sitting inside. When Tang Jing and the other two walked in, immediately, everyone's gaze was attracted to them. There was no other way, Tang Jing had already become the focus of attention among the students. Top scorer Tang, you've been hiding it from us. Someone joked. You've been hiding it from us for so long. Now, it's really shocking. You have to drink 2 more glasses later, or you won't be able to walk out of this door tonight, right? Yes, we have to get him drunk. No, we have to punish ourselves with 3 glasses first. It's really enviable. Not only is he the top scorer, but even our school belle Fang has been chased by him. How can we live like this? In the midst of everyone's condemnation, they were pulled to sit down. The atmosphere was very warm. In fact, everyone was happy. After all, it was glorious to study in the same class as the top scorer. Most of the students in their teens were still very simple-minded. However, everyone wasn't just talking about toasting. They were putting it into practice. As soon as the two of them sat down, a few people came over with beer and said, "Top scholar Tang, first punish yourself by drinking 3 glasses. Otherwise, we'll have to carry you back tonight. When the time comes, you'll have to be carried back by the school beauty Fang." Tang Jing did not refuse and said, "Well, then I'll punish myself with 3 glasses of beer." Then he drank 3 glasses of beer in one gulp. Good. The crowd applauded. Top scorer Tang, good job. We'll let bygones be bygones. But this time, you've achieved such good results. Of course, we have to celebrate, right? Come, let's each toast to him. Tang Jing smiled bitterly. Didn't you say that if I punish myself with 3 glasses, we won't take turns? Huh, how is that possible? Tonight, we're going to get you drunk. Otherwise, we won't be able to balance our hearts. You're the top scorer and you're the top scorer. How can we live? Seeing that everyone was joking and had no hostility, Tang Jing also let go, showing the liveliness and cheerfulness that people his age should have. In fact, since he was transferred to Class 7, he did not have much contact with the other students. But it was fate that brought them together, so he took advantage of this time to drink to his heart's content. Fang Shishir knew his alcohol tolerance, so she did not stop him. Feng Yong watched as Tang Jing drank with one person after another. He was secretly speechless and whispered, "Sister-in-law, you should advise boss not to drink too fast. Otherwise, when he gets drunk, Takashi will be the main character. Fong Shishir shook her head and said, he won't get drunk. Fong Yong was in disbelief. No way, drinking with dozens of people and he won't get drunk. Fong Shishir proudly raised her head and said, of course. Female students, you can't just watch us drink. There's a female lead here. School beauty Fong doesn't drink. Quickly go and order a song. We've never heard our school beauty sing before. This is our last chance. Someone reminded. Immediately, the female students were infected by this enthusiasm. They all pulled Fong Shishir to order a song. Fong Shishir looked at the heroic Tang Zhang and ordered a song called Say I Love You. The music sounded. A clear and slightly playful voice sounded. My world has become more wonderful and indescribable. I thought it was a dream that fell from the sky. Instantly, everyone quieted down and looked at Fong Shishir. This was the first time they heard her sing. Without a doubt, her voice was perfect and full of emotion. Tang Jing also stared straight at her, and when their eyes met, Fong Shishir's eyes were brimming with undisguised deep feelings. Fong Shishir was completely immersed in this song. Ever since she fell in love with Tang Jing, her world had become more wonderful. It was like a dream. From strangers to acquaintances will be something we never thought of true love until now, not daring to expect, until I'm sure, the warmth in your palm comes from your heart at this moment, I finally have the courage to say I love you. When the song ended, their eyes met. Even outsiders could see the deep affection in each other's eyes. This was a passionate confession, a call from the heart. Fong Shishir said to Tang Jing from this song, I love you. Clatter. Applause, whistles, and screams sounded. What did teenagers yearn for the most? Unforgettable romantic love was undoubtedly one of them. Fong Shishir and Tang Zhang's love was undoubtedly romantic. After all, at the beginning, no one was optimistic about their union. But in the end, it was shown that they were a match made in heaven. Hearing Fong Shishir's affectionate confession, no one was jealous anymore. They only gave their most sincere blessings. Boss, it's time for you to perform. Tang Zhang was pushed in front of Fong Shishir by Fong Yong. Kiss her, kiss her. The crowd cheered. Their voices seemed to be able to lift the roof. Tang Jing hugged Fong Shishir. Fong Shishir raised her head and looked at him in a daze. Tang Jing slowly lowered his head and kissed her lips. Oh! The cheering became louder and the applause became more intense. Fong Shishir's face turned into a ripe apple, but she allowed Tang Jing to hug her. Her heart was as sweet as honey. The door to the private room opened. Lu Qingmei and Takashi walked in just in time to see this explosive scene. Takashi's eyes flashed with killing intent. Lu Qingmei stared with wide eyes and coughed a few times, but it was completely drowned out by the applause. She couldn't help but secretly shake her head. These two really had a lot of guts. When other people finally saw Lu Qingmei, the applause immediately disappeared. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. You two have a lot of guts. Lu Qingmei said. Fong Shishir looked as if she was struck by lightning. Her lips parted and she jumped out of Tang Zhang's embrace like a frightened deer. She looked at Lu Qingmei with embarrassment. Tang Zhang's skin was thick. He didn't look embarrassed at all. He naturally and generously said, Teacher Lu, you came. Pay attention to your image. Don't think that just because you graduated, I can't control you. Lu Qingmei deliberately said with a straight face. Tang Jing shrugged his shoulders. He knew that Lu Qingmei wasn't angry. He pulled Fong Shishir back to their seats. No one expected Fong Shishir to come. The atmosphere suddenly became cold and cheerless. Takashi picked up the microphone and said, "Let's ask Teacher Lu to say a few words, okay?" "Okay." Applause sounded from all around. Lu Qingmei took the microphone and said, "We have known each other for 3 years. In these 3 years, I have watched everyone grow up. I have witnessed everyone's youth. This is my greatest honor. Maybe some people are envious of me because my class is in the top 3 of the province. But I want to say that I am not only proud of the 3 of them, but also of our class as a whole. I am even more proud of you. I have seen the spirit of struggle in you. I have seen the miracles you have created. I have seen your unyielding willpower. In the past, other people said that our class was trash. But this time our college entrance exam results gave them a fierce slap in the face. We are not trash. We can also do well as long as we work hard enough." At that time, Lu Qingmei used Xiao Fei's mother to call everyone trash as an opportunity to arouse the passion of the class. Today, everyone handed in perfect answers. Lu Qingmei was truly happy for them. Walala. This time, the applause was even more intense. This was because they weren't applauding for others, but for themselves. They were applauding for their hard work. Many people's eyes were already red as they recalled their hard work. It was worth it. Tonight, we are not teacher and student. We are friends. Everyone, drink to your heart's content and have fun. Lu Qingmei put down the microphone and sat next to Tang Jing. Tang Jing gave him a thumbs up and praised, "Well said." Lu Qingmei glanced at him and said, "Of course." Tang Jing had never seen this little cheeky side of her. He couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment before asking in a low voice, "I heard that the school is preparing to promote Takashi." "Yes. You and Fang Shishir aren't willing to show their faces in public. But the school still wants to set up a role model. Of course, this spot will fall on his head. This time, Takashi did so well. Aren't you surprised?" Lu Qingmei wrinkled her eyebrows and said, "I am a bit surprised. But with you as a precedent, it doesn't seem to be that surprising." Tang Jing bitterly smiled. He, who was the last in the class, became the top scorer. It seemed that Takashi, who was the 3rd in the class, wasn't too strange. At this time, Takashi walked over with a glass of wine. Chapter 196. "Teacher Lu, let me give you a toast." Takashi raised his glass and said. Lu Qingmei took the glass and said, Takashi, congratulations to you this time. Before, everyone was wrong about you." Takashi did not mind and said, "Everyone has times when they are wrong. Moreover, the reason why I am able to obtain today's results is all because of Teacher Lu's teachings." Tang Jing calmly listened to the conversation. Takashi had changed from his usual domineering self to a refined and courteous one. It was as if he was a completely different person. The two people lightly clinked their glasses and drank the wine in one gulp. Then, Takashi filled Tang Jing's glass with wine and said, "Tang Jing, the two of us had some misunderstandings before. I hope that after drinking this glass of wine, we can forget about it. How about it?" Everyone looked over and heard Takashi's words. Many people secretly nodded their heads. Takashi's attitude was truly admirable. Many people had already changed their attitude towards him. Tang Jing calmly looked at his eyes. He wanted to find some clues from his swollen eyes, but in the end, he discovered that it was all in vain. Tang Jing raised his glass and said, "I also hope that everyone can live in harmony." After drinking this glass of wine, Takashi walked away and mingled with the others. Gradually, he became the main character. Feng Yong angrily said, "Boss, no circle plus. To be able to make him so glorious, you should be the center of attention." Tang Zheng stopped Feng Yong and said, "It's fine." Lu Qingmei praised, they were originally classmates. What kind of hatred could there be? Takashi's actions were the most appropriate. I now have a whole new level of respect for him. If he continues to maintain this state, his future achievements will not be simple. In the past, the school thought that Takashi was a well-deserved figure, but now it seems that the hidden and unfathomable Takashi is even more powerful. Feng Yong curled his lips and said, "Teacher Lu, I think you must have seen wrongly. I know what kind of person Takashi is. Even if he pretends to be refined and courteous, it will not change his nature. A wolf in human skin is still a wolf in the end." Lu Qingmei frowned and said, "Feng Yong, as the class monitor, how can you judge people like that? Everyone has a good side. As long as they are willing to change, they are good people." Feng Yong wanted to argue, but Tang Zheng stopped him and said, "Let's wait and see." This time, everyone had a good time at the party. Many people were drunk. In the end, even Lu Qingmei clinked glasses with most of the people. She drank until her eyes were blurred. She held Tang Zheng's arm and hung half of her body on him. "Teacher Lu, I'll send you back." Takashi also showed a drunken state. He seemed to be doing his best to stay awake as he politely said to Lu Qingmei. Lu Qingmei rubbed her forehead with her white fingers and nodded her head saying, "Okay, goodbye everyone. Go home early and rest. Remember to come back to school in 2 days to fill in your application." Everyone nodded their heads and watched as Takashi and Lu Qingmei left in a taxi. Fang Shishir urged, "Let's go home too. I'm dizzy and want to sleep." Tang Zheng nodded his head and sent Fang Shishir home. Fang Chonghua and Shi Mengqin saw the two people reeking of alcohol and immediately asked, "Why did you drink so much?" Fang Shishir squeezed out a smile and said, "Our class is having a party. We're happy. Shishir, your mom will help you to rest. I'll chat with Tang Zheng for a bit." Fang Chonghua said. "Oh, got it." After Fang Shishir entered the house, Fang Chonghua brought Tang Zheng to the study and asked, "Do you want to drink some hangover tea?" "No need, I'm not drunk. I heard about your results. Congratulations, I didn't think you'd do so well this time. You're actually the provincial champion." Fang Chonghua sighed. This was even more shocking than when he heard about his own daughter's results. Although Fang Shishir previously said that Tang Zheng was hiding his strength, he still didn't think that he would be this powerful. It was simply beyond his comprehension. "I heard that you rejected the school and the Education Bureau's arrangements?" Fang Chonghua suspiciously asked. He was a school board member, so of course he knew about today's storm. Tang Zheng truthfully said, "Sure, and I don't like to show our faces in public. The tallest tree in the forest will be the first to be destroyed by the wind." Fang Chonghua's eyes lit up. "It's great that you can understand this at such a young age. Many geniuses get carried away after achieving a little and lose their way. In the end, they end up with nothing." In the past, Fang Chonghua had seen Tang Zheng's extraordinary methods, especially his relationship with the underworld. He thought that he would be arrogant at such a young age. He didn't expect him to have this understanding. It was truly commendable and made Fang Chonghua have a whole new level of respect for him. "Uncle Fang, you flatter me. I just don't like to be a tool for others," Tang Zheng calmly said. Fang Chonghua clearly understood and laughed. This is something that others can't do anything about. However, it's a win-win situation. But for you, it doesn't exist. You don't need to use this little bit of exposure. It's better for you to take one step at a time. There was one thing that Fang Chonghua did not say, and that was that if Tang Zheng was placed under the spotlight, his relationship with the underworld would be difficult to hide. If this matter were to be exposed, it would only damage his reputation and have the opposite effect. "What are your plans for the future?" I will go to Yenqing University. Fang Chonghua nodded. Yenqing University is really good. But have you ever thought of going abroad to study? Tang Zheng looked at him in astonishment, shook his head and said, I have never considered studying abroad. Shusher wants to study abroad. If you can't bear to part with her, I can let you study abroad with her. You don't have to worry about the fees and procedures. Fang Chonghua said. Tang Zheng suddenly realized that the other party had this idea. But from his words, it showed that he had completely approved of the relationship between Tang Zheng and Fang Shusher. Since you and Shusher are together, I will certainly consider your future. Studying abroad is a good choice. In the future, whether it's abroad or in China, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Fang Chonghua analyzed for him. Tang Zheng shook his head without hesitation. His life was destined to be different from others. After graduation, he couldn't work, marry, and have children. But this matter couldn't be told to Fang Chonghua, so he said, Uncle Fang, thank you for your good intentions. At this stage, I still want to stay in China. Fang Chonghua sighed and said, then at this stage, you will be separated from Shusher. Are you mentally prepared? Tang Zheng nodded, I have already considered it. Since studying abroad is Shusher's long-cherished wish since she was young, I will naturally respect her wishes. You should know that if I let her stay in China, she will definitely disregard your dissuasion and stay in China with me. But that would be too selfish of me. Since I like her, I will definitely let her achieve her wish. Fang Chonghua couldn't help but sit up straight. Once again, he looked at Tang Zheng with a scrutinizing gaze. Tang Zheng had surprised him again tonight. Just his breadth of mind made Fang Chonghua have a whole new level of respect for him. Tang Zheng, I have to say that I appreciate you more and more. I am very glad that Shusher has your love and care. I am even more glad that I didn't insist on separating the two of you. Fang Chonghua sincerely sighed. Tang Zheng smiled, Uncle Fang is too kind. I only did what I should do. Fang Chonghua shook his head and said, no, you did far more than that. I promise you that as long as you are still together when you graduate from university, I will hold a grand wedding for you too. Thank you, Uncle Fang. Tang Zheng was a little excited. This was the affirmation that he dreamt of. Although he once said that no matter what, no one could stop him and Fang Shusher from being together. But after all, with the affirmation and blessing of his parents, this kind of relationship would be more perfect. Uncle Fang, after the college entrance exam voluntary form is completed, Shusher and I will travel for a period of time. No problem. You have worked hard for so many years, so it is time for you to relax. Do you need me to make some arrangements? Tang Zheng shook his head, no need. I will arrange everything and ensure Shusher's safety. I believe you. Right, my company's demolition work has been completed. Thanks to Bosswa's help. She has been too busy during this time and I did not have time to properly thank her. If you have time, help me thank her. No problem. She has been a little busy during this time. Her business is getting bigger and bigger. This construction company is no longer her focus. Fang Chonghua raised his eyebrows and said, oh, I did not know that Bosswa had expanded her business. Uncle Fang, since you are in the real estate industry, if you need her construction company, I will ask her to transfer it to you. Tang Zheng said it casually as if he was talking about a simple matter. But to Fang Chonghua, it was no less than a heavy bomb. He did not think that Tang Zheng was deliberately bragging. Tang Zheng dared to say such words. That meant that he had full confidence. Moreover, that understatement made it seem as if the construction company was his. But how was this possible? Tang Zheng was after all only a student. Even if he had a good relationship with people in the underworld, it should not be to this extent. With just a few words, he was able to make the other party transfer a business worth tens of millions to someone else. Seeing that he did not respond, Tang Jing curiously asked, Uncle Fong, do you have any objections? Fong Chonghua took a deep breath and suppressed the complex emotions in his heart. He shook his head and said, I do not need it. Boss was construction company has a group of demolition workers. I do not have the ability to control the group of people, so it is better for me to properly take care of my current company. When I need them, I will cooperate with them. Oh, that is also fine. In the future, if you have any problems, you can directly find Fire Phoenix. I will give her a call. Tang Zhang's tone was as casual as before. Fong Chonghua could not see through him. But regarding matters of the underworld, it was not convenient for him to ask. However, he was certain that his future son-in-law was far more complicated and powerful than he imagined. Tang Zhang said his goodbyes and left. Fong Chonghua stared at the door in a daze until Shi Mengqin called him. What did he say about Shishir going abroad? He took the initiative to agree. Wow, that's great. Luckily he agreed, otherwise this matter would be troublesome. He is far more powerful than you and I imagined. In the future, you must be careful and not provoke him. I think our daughter will not be marrying down but climbing up his social ladder. Fong Chonghua meaningfully said. Climbing up his social ladder. Shi Mengqin was in disbelief as she stared dumbstruck. Tang Zhang left the Fong family. In his heart, the scene of Takashi sending Lu Qingmei home flashed. His heart suddenly felt a trace of unease. Chapter 197. This feeling of uneasiness was getting stronger and stronger, which made Tang Jing upset. He frowned and looked in the direction of Lu Qingmei's house. Under the dark night sky, of course, he couldn't see the situation there. However, in order to calm the uneasiness in his heart, he decided to take a look. A moment later, he came downstairs of Lu Qingmei's house. He looked up and saw that her house was lit. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his nerves were too sensitive. He had arrived home safely. However, for Takashi, Tang Zhang was always worried. Since he was here, he would go up and confirm. So, he went upstairs to her door. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door and waited for a long time, but no one responded. He immediately frowned. He knew that Lu Qingmei didn't have the habit of sleeping with the light on. Since the light was on, she must be awake. It was impossible for her to ignore the knock on the door. Sister Mei, are you at home? Tang Jing asked, but there was still no response. The room was in a strange silence. Something happened. His heart jumped, and without hesitation, he urged his true qi into the door lock. Click, the true qi was like a universal key, and it opened the door lock in an instant. He was careful. He flashed into the house and looked around. He didn't find any suspicious people, and there was no sign of Lu Qingmei in the living room. Suddenly, there was a movement in the bedroom. It seemed that someone's voice was heard. Tang Jing rushed into the bedroom and found that Lu Qingmei was lying on the bed. Her clothes were messy, her face was red, her eyes were blurred, and she was panting. Tang Jing quickly looked around, but there was still no one else. The window was wide open, and the night wind blew the curtains, making a rustling sound. He immediately came to the windowsill and looked out. There was only the dark night, and no one was there. This was a high-rise with more than 10 floors. If someone escaped from here, they would be smashed to pieces, unless the other party was a master. He closed the window, drew the curtains, and then came to the bed. He found that Lu Qingmei was tearing her clothes with both hands. She cried in a daze, "I'm so uncomfortable, so hot." Tang Jing immediately understood that she had been drugged, but who did it? Takashi. It seemed unlikely. How could Gao Daji, that three-legged cat, jump down from such a high floor? Wasn't that looking for death? But who else could it be except him? Tang Zheng was confused, but no matter who it was, he must have jumped out of the window, so it must be an expert. When did an expert thief come to ordinary balance? Lu Qingmei's moans interrupted his thoughts. The ice goddess had completely melted, becoming passionate like fire. Tang Zheng quickly supported her and prepared to dispel the drug, but Lu Qingmei immediately wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her towering chest tightly against his chest. She breathed out, stretched her neck, and pressed her lips on Tang Zheng's mouth. The gentle touch made Tang Zheng's mind ripple. There was no doubt that Lu Qingmei was a very seductive woman, especially her almost mature body, which was very different from Fang Shishir. She was more flirtatious and could stir the fire in a man's heart. In any case, Tang Zheng's fire was stirred up, and the pure yang energy began to stir again. The true qi was restless, and it was almost boiling in his meridians. This fragrance made him suffer unspeakably. He used all his willpower to suppress his desire, and then wanted to break away from her, but he was careless and Lu Qingmei broke through his defense. A fragrant little tongue drilled into his mouth, wantonly demanding. There was no doubt that Lu Qingmei took the initiative, and this temptation was too difficult to resist. The defense that Tang Zheng had just established collapsed in an instant. His hands couldn't help but hug her waist, and then all the way up, climbing the 2 peaks. He had seen the soul-stirring charm of these 2 peaks with his own eyes. Now that his hands were covering them, it was difficult for him to grasp them. Lu Qingmei felt his response and became even more enthusiastic. One of her hands reached down and grabbed Tang Zheng's lower body. Tang Zheng quivered and suddenly woke up. What am I doing? Taking advantage of other people's difficulties, am I still human? He hurriedly pushed Lu Qingmei away and found that her cheeks were red, and her eyes were almost dripping with water. Desire had completely occupied her mind. Tang Zheng quickly used his true qi to force the drug out of her body. Lu Qingmei was very uncooperative and entangled with him, testing his restraint. After a while, Tang Zheng had to stop using his true qi, because he found that it was in vain. His true qi could not force the drug out of her body. Instead, it stimulated the drug, making Lu Qingmei's reaction more intense. Her whole body was hot, as if she was going to burn. She tore her clothes violently. In an instant, her clothes were torn, revealing the black bra inside. I'm so uncomfortable, Tang Zheng, save me. Lu Qingmei whispered. Tang Zheng was shocked. She was still conscious and recognized him, so he quickly patted her cheek and cried, Sister Mei, I'm here, don't be afraid. She immediately grabbed Tang Zheng's hand, and like a soft water snake, she wrapped her legs around Tang Zheng's waist, making him unable to move. Tang Zheng did not know whether to laugh or cry. She had not regained her consciousness and only subconsciously called out his name. Perhaps the last time he saved her from Song Donghua's hands, he left a shadow in her subconscious, making her subconsciously seek his help when she was in danger. However, Tang Zheng was helpless this time. He was unable to force the drug out of her body. If he did not treat her, she would be tortured to death by the strong drug. In fact, the antidote was very simple. If he had a relationship with her, everything would be solved. Although Tian Chanzi had instigated him countless times to take down Lu Qingmei, he would occasionally have this idea. But facing the current Lu Qingmei, he hesitated because she was under the control of the drug and not out of her own free will. Lu Qingmei had already untied her bra, and 2 peaks stood in front of him. She was only left with a small pair of underwear. Her alluring body was unreservedly displayed in front of him. Her skin was suffused with a layer of attractive rosy luster. No matter which man faced this kind of temptation, they would be beastly. Tang Zheng was also in a dilemma. To do it, or not to do it. If he did not do it, then Lu Qingmei's life would be in danger. If he did it, then he would be taking advantage of her. When Lu Qingmei woke up, what would he do? How would he face her? Lu Qingmei did not give him any chance to think. While shouting for Tang Jing to hug her, she also sent her lips forward. Her hands began to tear apart Tang Zheng's clothes. The Jin Qi in Tang Zheng's body was completely mobilized. It was like a wild horse galloping in his body, and the pure yang power completely erupted. Lu Qingmei had a mysterious yin body, which was more suitable for him than Fang Shishir's physique. The two were in such close contact, which was a fatal temptation to the pure yang power in Tang Zheng's body. The flower thief would never have thought that his prey would finally fall into the hands of Tang Jing. Such a great beauty had been taken advantage of by Tang Jing. Tang Jing made up his mind to save her. Even if she woke up and wanted to kill him, that would be a matter for the future. Compared to her life, even if she blamed him for a lifetime, he would not complain. Tang Jing, hold on tight. Lu Qingmei continued. Tang Zheng's heart moved. She shouted as if she was awake, or was she actually interested in him? He shook his head, abandoned these absurd thoughts, and hugged her body tightly. His hands began to wander around her body. Suddenly, her breathing became louder, and the two were tightly entwined together. Lu Qingmei's body did not have a trace of excess fat, and her skin was as delicate as a piece of porcelain. When Tang Jing removed her last bit of clothing, the two were naked. Lu Qingmei could not wait to ride on his body, letting out a cry of pain, and her eyebrows could not help but wrinkle. Tang Jing was shocked. She was actually a virgin. He originally thought that at her age, she should have had a boyfriend, but he did not expect that Tang Jing was her first man. Tang Jing felt guilty. He hugged her waist, wanting to be gentler with her, but she did not give him the chance. She crazily moved, as if this was the only way to dispel the desire in her heart. Pain and happiness were the most realistic portrayal of her at this moment. She was like a volcano, and the energy that she had accumulated in the past erupted at this moment. The enthusiasm released made Tang Jing a little surprised. Tang Jing gradually immersed himself in this wonderful state, and he clearly felt the continuous purine energy passing into his body from the place where the two were connected, and finally hovering in his dantian. This time, there was too much purine energy, and it was not completely neutralized with his pure yang energy. There was actually a part of it left. This was something that had never happened before. Tang Zheng looked at everything in surprise, not knowing what would happen next. In fact, this moment did not allow him to think. The strong stimulation had already made his body and mind fall into it. He turned over and pressed Lu Qingmei under his body, taking control of the situation. Lu Qingmei hugged his broad and advantageous shoulders, opened her mouth wide, and moaned to her heart's content, completely filling the room. Dozens of minutes later, in the midst of the two people's high-pitched cries, everything returned to calm. Tang Jing felt an even more powerful purine energy enter his dantian, and finally hovered above his dantian and became motionless. This was the purest purine energy. If his pure yang energy erupted in the future, then he could use this purine energy to balance it. This surprise was too big, causing Tang Jing to go wild with joy. Tian Chanzi was really right. Her physique is far more suitable for me than Shishir. Just as he was thinking, the beauty under him moved again. The desire in her eyes did not completely disappear, and she wriggled on her own. Again. Tang Jing secretly sighed. Since he wanted to save someone, he had to help them to the end. Since that was the case, then let's continue. Fortunately, Tang Zheng's physical strength was outstanding, and he had the divine power to protect his body. His ability in this aspect was also able to withstand the test. In an instant, the two people became one again, and together they went through the mountain of Wu. Unconsciously, the desire in Lu Qingmei's eyes gradually dissipated. Looking at Tang Jing galloping on top of her, her eyes widened, and she screamed. Chapter 198. Lu Qingmei screamed and stared blankly at Tang Zheng, who was on top of her. Fairy search download novel for free. Tang Zheng was shocked, took a deep breath, and immediately stopped moving. He was almost scared to impotence. Tang Zheng, what are you doing? Lu Qingmei took a long time to calm down and asked in shock. I. Tang Zheng was speechless. He didn't realize that Lu Qingmei had regained her consciousness, so he looked at her blankly and didn't know what to do. Tears came out of Lu Qingmei's eyes. She clearly felt that there was something more in her body. Of course, she knew what it was. Moreover, the tearing pain in her lower body and the tide-like pleasure were so clear that they reached the deepest part of her heart. Sister May, I'm saving you. After a long time, Tang Zheng said with a thick face. Saving me? Lu Qingmei's voice involuntarily raised a few octaves, and her eyes were burning. Is this how you save people? Hurry up and get off of me. With that, she wanted to push Tang Zheng with her hand, but found that her body was sore and weak. Tang Zheng resentfully got off her body. Lu Qingmei saw the tall little guy at close range and quickly covered her eyes with the quilt. Her heart was in a mess. What was going on? Didn't she attend the party and then be sent home by Takashi? Then Takashi left. She couldn't remember what happened after that. When she woke up, she found that Tang Zheng was doing that kind of thing with her. The ice goddess was about to collapse. What was going on? Sister May, listen to me. I'm really saving you. It's not what you think. Tang Zheng explained earnestly. If this matter is not explained clearly, it will be very troublesome. Lu Qingmei glanced at him and found that he was naked. She quickly shouted, "Put on your clothes quickly." Tang Zheng was helpless and quickly put on his clothes. However, his shirt was torn open by Lu Qingmei. Even if he put it on, his hard chest was exposed. Seeing that Tang Zheng had finally covered his important parts, Lu Qingmei wrapped herself in the blanket, then stared at him and asked, Tang Zheng, I was so good to you in vain, but you did such a beastly thing. Are you worthy of me? Tang Zheng complained incessantly. How have I wronged you? If I had wronged you, I wouldn't have specially come to see you. Therefore, he hurriedly explained, Sister May, listen to me. It's not what you think. I sent Shirshir home and felt a little uneasy, so I came to see you. I didn't expect that no one would answer when I knocked, so I broke the door open and came in. I found you lying on the bed, drugged. Then you took the opportunity to do that kind of thing to me, didn't you? Tang Zheng, I really misjudged you. Lu Qingmei's tears still couldn't stop flowing, like broken pearls. Tang Zheng quickly shook his head and denied, No, I wanted to save you, but I couldn't get rid of the drug in your body, and the situation was urgent. If I didn't take action, you would definitely be tortured to death by the drug. In order to save you, I did that kind of thing. Do you think I will believe you? Why didn't you send me to the hospital? I think you have ulterior motives. Lu Qingmei choked and said. Tang Zheng couldn't defend himself. He couldn't say that he was a cultivator and could accurately judge her physical condition, not to mention that Lu Qingmei was an ordinary person. Even if he said it, she didn't know what the identity of a cultivator was. You have nothing to say, right? If I really wanted to take advantage of you, why didn't I do it when I slept in the same bed with you before? Why would I wait until now? Tang Zheng was at his wit's end and could only say this. Lu Qingmei was suddenly startled, remembering her previous intimate actions with Tang Zheng. It was indeed as he said, the last time she was rescued, she took the initiative to sleep in the same bed with him, and he was very obedient and didn't act unruly at all. But the key was that this time it really happened, and facts spoke louder than words. Since you keep saying that I was drugged, did you catch the person who drugged me? Lu Qingmei asked again. Tang Jing shook his head. No, he should have escaped through the window. Lu Qingmei glanced at the window and said, this is a 10-story building. Is that person an idiot? Isn't he afraid of falling to pieces if he jumped down? A powerful person jumped down, nothing will happen. Tang Jing said truthfully. Humph, lying to me. How could anyone do it? Lu Qingmei obviously didn't believe him. Tang Jing had no choice but to simply walk to the window. Lu Qingmei was shocked and asked, what are you doing? Since you say that no one can do it, then I'll do it for you. Tang Jing opened the window and jumped down. Lu Qingmei was stunned for a moment. The cold wind blew in from the window, making her shiver. Suddenly, she screamed and couldn't wait to rush from the bed to the window, shouting, Tang Jing, whoosh. Tang Jing jumped in through the window again, unharmed, but in the next moment, he was stunned and stared straight at Lu Qingmei. When she rushed out of bed, she was actually naked. Although he had seen it many times just now, it was still very tempting to see it now. Lu Qingmei followed his gaze and immediately saw her naked appearance. She screamed again and subconsciously kicked at Tang Jing. Ouch! The pain of having her melon broken and being tormented by Tang Jing was not light. She couldn't stand on one foot and fell to the side. Tang Jing's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He caught her, but his hands covered her towering breasts. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The two people who were so close looked at each other, staring at each other. You beast! Lu Qingmei finally reacted and threw a slap. Tang Jing ducked and dodged, but his face was almost pressed against her breasts. His posture was even more ambiguous. Lu Qingmei was embarrassed and angry. She shouted, Tang Jing, you beast! She raised her leg and kicked at Tang Jing's lower body. Tang Jing's body trembled. How could he let her succeed? Otherwise, he would lose his little brother, and there would be no hope for his sexual happiness for the rest of his life. Tang Jing's movements were very fast as he grabbed onto her slender and beautiful legs. At this moment, the two of them were in an even more ambiguous position. One of Tang Jing's hands went under her ribs and held onto her chest, while the other hand grabbed onto one of her legs that was raised up high. Her body was unreservedly displayed in front of him, especially that mysterious triangular area that was clearly visible. Lu Qingmei felt that she really wanted to find a hole to hide in. She had lived for more than 20 years since she was young, and she had never been so humiliated and suffered such a loss. Seeing Tang Jing's eyes on her, she quickly roared, Tang Jing, let me go quickly, or I will kill you. Seeing that she wanted to kill him, Tang Jing certainly couldn't let her go. He said, Sister May, if you promise me to calm down and listen to me, I will let you go. I don't want to listen to your quibble. Lu Qingmei flatly denied. Then I don't dare to let go. Let's explain it this way. You listen to me and see if it makes sense. Tang Jing didn't care about this ambiguous posture and the tempting scenery in front of him. He took a deep breath and tried to suppress the restless flame in his body. He said in a deep voice, You just saw me jump out of the window, but I was unscathed. Since I can do it, naturally there are others who can do it. So this is really a misunderstanding. Someone else wanted to harm you, but I happened to run away. Quibble, then why did you come to my house? Didn't I explain it just now? I felt uneasy after I left Shusher's house. To tell you the truth, I was worried that Takashi would send you home. I was worried that he would do something bad to you, so I came to see. Lu Qingmei blushed, You dare to question Takashi. This time it was clearly you who did such a thing. I think you are not as good as Takashi. Sister May, calm down. Let's think about who drugged you. Of course it was you. Who else? Where is Takashi? He took me home and left. Don't frame others. Lu Qingmei said angrily. He left. Tang Jing wrinkled his eyebrows. This time, the situation was too strange. Even if it was a flower thief, why did he have to take action against her tonight? In short, there were too many things that Tang Jing could not understand. Sister Mei, I will definitely investigate this matter and give you an explanation. Tang Jing said solemnly. Lu Qingmei looked at the ambiguous posture between the two and angrily said, What investigation? It is clearly you who did the bad thing. Quickly let go of me. Otherwise, I will bite my tongue and commit suicide. I will no longer be insulted by you. Seeing Lu Qingmei's determined look, Tang Jing was afraid that she would do something drastic. He quickly let go of his hand and stepped back. He sincerely said, Sister Mei, please believe me. This time I really did this to save you. You took advantage of me and still made up such a grand reason. Do you think I am a fool? Do you think I will believe it? Lu Qingmei said while gnashing her teeth. Tang Jing secretly sighed and said, Whether you believe it or not, I have no other choice. The only thing I can do is to catch the real flower thief as soon as possible. You are the biggest flower thief. You still have the nerve to say that you want to catch others. This is really a thief crying thief. Tang Jing was helpless and said, Since you think so, then I have nothing to say. What do you want to do? Do you want to sue me for rape? Yes, this is rape. You are already 18 years old. You have to pay the price. Lu Qingmei fiercely said. Do you want me to go to jail? Lu Qingmei froze for a moment. Her heart was in a mess. She did not know what to do. Tang Jing once saved her from Song Donghua's hands. Moreover, their relationship was getting better and better. She never thought that there would be a day like this. For a moment, she did not know how to face it. Seeing that she did not say a word, Tang Jing was relieved and said, Sister Mei, no matter what you think, please give me some time. Let me investigate clearly and I will give you an explanation. Lu Qingmei looked at him with burning eyes. She clenched her teeth and her eyes kept changing. After a long time, she coldly said, I do not need your explanation. I just want you to disappear from my life. Disappear forever. Chapter 199. Disappear forever. Tang Jing stared at her blankly. Were they going to disappear from each other's lives because of this? What are you still standing here for? Let go of me. Get lost. I don't want to see you again. Sogu, 360, So search JDXS to download novels for free, Lu Qingmei said coldly. Tang Jing was helpless. He looked at her deeply and let go. Then you should rest first. Call me if you need anything. I'll rush over immediately. Lu Qingmei was indifferent. Tang Jing left awkwardly. Lu Qingmei suddenly squatted on the floor naked and started crying. She looked at the door with tears in her eyes. Why did all of this happen? Her heart was in a mess. Was all of this really a trap set up by Tang Jing? But this was not in line with his usual behavior at all. Actually, she had subconsciously believed what Tang Jing said, but she couldn't face the relationship between the two of them. They actually had the most intimate relationship. How was she going to face Tang Jing in the future? She didn't know, so she didn't want to see him. She was like a helpless little girl, sobbing until her voice became hoarse. She stood up shakily. The pain in her body was still too. It was so clear, as if it was reminding her of everything that had happened with Tang Jing. She shook her head hard and then rushed into the bathroom. She let the cold water pour down, but it couldn't wash away this matter. Things couldn't go back to square one. I have to leave here. I don't want to see Tangjing again. She clenched her teeth and made a decision. She used to treat Tangjing as her very close little brother, but now it seemed that it was only a short relationship. Now everything had collapsed. Tangjing went home and tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Everything that happened tonight was too strange. He had sex with Lu Qingmei, and their relationship had changed drastically. He didn't know what Lu Qingmei would do in the end. If this relationship was exposed, what would happen to him? All of this was like a tangled mess that kept churning in his mind, making him extremely annoyed. There was another thing that puzzled him. Logically speaking, his true qi should be able to force out the medicine, but this time he failed. Why? He tossed and turned, unable to sleep the entire night. Little Zheng, it's time to eat breakfast. Grandfather knocked on the door and shouted. Tangjing got up and asked casually, Grandpa, how's the business at the acquisition center these days? Tang Dehai smiled. Business is very good. Everyone is very grateful to you. By the way, when I came back yesterday, I saw a lot of people blocking the entrance of the neighborhood. I don't know what happened. They're here for me. Looking for you. Tang Dehai was shocked. Grandpa, I haven't had the time to tell you something. My college entrance exam results are out. Tang Dehai put down his chopsticks and asked nervously, how was the exam? 740 points, first in the province. Tang Dehai was dumbfounded. First in the province. Is that true? Seeing Tangjing nod, Tang Dehai cried with joy. The heavens have eyes. You've worked so hard for so many years and you've finally reaped the rewards. Top scorer, in the past you could have been a big official. Tangjing laughed. Grandpa, that was in the past. Now I can only go to a good university. Same. Those reporters want to interview you. Yes, but I don't want to pay attention to them. I like a quiet life. Tang Dehai thought for a moment and said, well, we're children from poor families. There's no need to go on TV. It's best to go to school. But I want to tell this good news to my old friends and let them be happy. After breakfast, Tangjing couldn't wait to find Tian Chanzi. Hey, kid, what did you do last night? Tian Chanzi stared at him and asked curiously. Tangjing was startled. How did Tian Chanzi know that he did something unusual last night? It stands to reason that his cultivation hasn't broken through, so Tian Chanzi shouldn't have discovered anything strange. Kid, you still want to hide it from me? The pure yang energy in your body is so quiet. This is rare. Something must have happened last night. Tian Chanzi said with certainty. Tangjing suddenly realized that the pure yang energy had been exposed. Last night, he had absorbed a large amount of purine energy, and now there was still a portion of it hovering in his dantian, so the pure yang energy was naturally well behaved. Did you absorb enough purine energy from somewhere? Tian Chanzi guessed, and it could be said that he saw blood. Tangjing was a little embarrassed. Tian Chanzi's eyes lit up and he laughed. Ha, kid, you didn't really take Lu Qingmei, did you? Tangjing said with a wry smile, lower your voice. Do you want everyone to know? Tian Chanzi patted his shoulder and praised, hey, you finally understand. It seems that I didn't advise you so many times in vain. There is a huge difference between a profoundine body and a purine body. No wonder your pure yang energy was suppressed. Let me tell you, at least for a short time, your pure yang energy won't cause any trouble. Tangjing said with surprise, really? Of course, this time your harvest is not small. Not bad, you can be taught. Work harder. When you see that girl Yi Ding Dang again, you can also take her down. That would be perfect. Tian Chanzi said. Tang Jing rolled his eyes and said, if Shusher knew you said that, she would definitely not want to recognize you as her master. Tian Chanzi was not afraid of his threat and said, how could my disciple deceive his master and destroy his ancestors for such a trivial matter? Why don't you quickly tell me what happened last night? How did you suddenly become enlightened? This is not your style. Tian Chanzi and Tang Jing had been together for a long time, so he still understood him very well. Tang Jing did not hide anything and told him what happened last night. Tian Chanzi suddenly realized, so that's what happened. It seems that the flower thief also helped you. Don't make sarcastic remarks. Right now I am annoyed. Only by finding this flower thief can I wash away the injustice. How do I know who the flower thief is? Tian Chanzi said doubtfully. Of course I know you don't know. But this time there are many strange things. You are experienced and knowledgeable, so help me analyze it. For example, why was I unable to force the drug out of her body with true qi? This was a question that had been troubling him. Perhaps this question could be answered, then he could find clues and follow the vine to the melon to find the flower thief. If it was an ordinary drug, true qi can indeed be forced out. But in the cultivation world, there are similar aphrodisiacs, such as the Heartwarming powder, which cannot be forced out with true qi. You mean that the flower thief is also a cultivator? Tang Jing was surprised. 9 out of 10, otherwise if he jumped from that building, he would have been smashed to pieces. This point also shows that the other party is a master. But I can be sure that this person's cultivation is not very good. Otherwise, he would not have been scared away by you. Boy, you took advantage of him, hee. Tian Chanzi obviously did not have much hostility towards this flower thief. On the contrary, he felt that the other party had helped Tang Jing a great deal. Tang Jing did not think so. Although he did take advantage of the situation, his relationship with Lu Qingmei was not something he wanted to see. Tian Chanzi, since this person is also a cultivator, then we should find him. After all, maybe we can get more information about other cultivators from him. Tang Jing suggested. Tian Chanzi's heart was moved. He nodded and said, that's a good idea. Then we must find this flower thief. But there is a little difficulty. Since you beat the grass to scare the snake, it shows that the other party is an extremely cautious person. It is absolutely not easy to find him. Then what about the Heartwarming powder? Where did this thing come from? Tian Chanzi said, this thing is made by mixing several kinds of pollen together and then refining it with a special method. It is not too complicated, you can also refine it. How about you go and refine some and keep it as a backup? Tang Jing rolled his eyes at him and said, Tian Chanzi, can you not be so wretched? Am I the kind of person who uses drugs? Yes, you don't use drugs, you pick up the leftovers. That's why I have always said that your luck is exploding. Tang Jing ignored the other party's ridicule. After thinking for a while, he still shook his head, I still have to investigate this matter. Then I will start with Takashi. Since he was the last person who sent Sister May home, maybe he knows something. Up to you, but remember, while the pure yang power in your body is suppressed, cultivate well and quickly improve your cultivation. Don't you still want to learn so many spells? I know. You go to Shusher today and teach her spells. I will go to Takashi. Tang Jing waved his hand and went directly to the school. Yesterday, he heard that Takashi would be interviewed at the school, so he went to stop him. When he came to the school, there was no need to look for him at all. In front of the teaching building, Takashi was surrounded by a group of reporters and was being interviewed. He spoke with assurance and was full of confidence. The principal and the director of the Education Bureau also stood next to him. The three of them echoed each other and were very confident, causing many passing students to stop and watch. When someone saw Tang Jing coming over, there was a lot of discussion. The fact that Tang Jing, the top scorer, refused to be interviewed had caused a storm in the school. Many people felt that Takashi, the temporary replacement guy, was too lucky to have such a good opportunity to be famous. Some people felt that Tang Jing was a fool and wasted such a good opportunity. Tang Jing ignored other people's pointing, but when he walked over, the interview just ended and the reporters began to withdraw. Tang Jing suddenly stopped in front of Takashi and said calmly, Takashi, I have something to talk to you about. The Education Bureau leader snorted and said disdainfully, What? Do you regret it now? Serves you right, this is the result of not cooperating. Tang Jing was too lazy to pay attention to the other party. He stared at Takashi and said, Come with me, I have something to ask you. The director of the Education Bureau saw that he was being ignored and couldn't help but fly into a rage. What kind of attitude is this? Takashi, don't go with him. Mixing with this kind of person who doesn't know what's good for you will not help in the future. Chapter 200. Takashi lightly smiled and said, Don't worry, Chief, I'll be right back. Then he followed Tang Jing to the side of the school building. Tang Jing stared at him intensely, trying to discern how much of his smile was real and how much was fake. But he always had a smile on his face, making it hard for others to see through him. He really changed. Tang Jing said. Tang Jing, why are you looking for me? Takashi asked. Tang Jing went straight to the point and asked, Did anything happen after you sent Teacher Lu home last night? Takashi blankly looked at him. No, did something happen? Takashi, there's only the two of us here, so there's no need to pretend. It's not like I don't know how much you hated me in the past. At that time Takashi found people to block Tang Jing at the school gates and was prepared to teach him a lesson. But he was humiliated by Tang Jing's pressure point technique. Takashi could not take this lying down. Takashi lightly smiled, that's all in the past. Now that we've graduated, I feel that those things are insignificant. As for the conflict between you and me, I also feel that it's not a problem. We're classmates, so why don't we look forward? Takashi's words were very pleasant to hear. But the more he was like this, the more Tang Jing did not believe him. Suddenly, Tang Jing's eyes turned cold and became incomparably sharp. He grabbed Takashi's collar and pushed him against the wall. He fiercely said, Takashi, don't play tricks with me. Speak, what are you trying to do by putting on such an act? Takashi lost his head out of fear and shouted, Tang Jing, what are you doing? I know you can fight and I'm not your opponent, but is there a need for you to do this to a classmate? Takashi's shout attracted the attention of many people. Everyone was watching this good show and discussing spiritedly. Tang Jing's eyes flashed. This Takashi's disguise was really good, but he wasn't going to let him go just like that. He lifted Takashi's body and slammed it against the wall. Takashi screamed, Tang Jing, what are you trying to do? What did you do last night? I didn't do anything. You keep asking about last night. What happened last night? Takashi frowned and asked suspiciously. Tang Jing still couldn't get any useful information from Takashi's expression and words. He couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. This Takashi was far more complicated than he thought. Takashi refused to let go. And looking at his appearance, he really didn't look like a cultivator like Tianqianzi said. Tang Jing helplessly put him down and warned, Takashi, no matter what you're planning, I'll keep an eye on you. As he said this, he pointed two fingers at Takashi's eyes. I'm not afraid of you keeping an eye on me. I'll let you keep an eye on me. Takashi said passionately. Tang Jing coldly snorted, lifted his foot and walked away. Seeing Tang Jing finally walk away, Takashi's eyes flashed with a strong murderous intent. He coldly muttered, "Last night you ruined my good thing. Lu Qingmei's mysterious body was taken advantage of by you. Wait until I master my divine skill, I'll definitely let you die without a burial." Tang Jing didn't hear Takashi's murderous words. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't let him go. The trail of the flower thief was cut off just like that. This made Tang Jing very unwilling. Since the other party was a flower thief, Lu Qingmei certainly wasn't the only target. So he immediately ordered Lin Hu and Fire Phoenix to pay attention to the ordinary balance and other similar cases. He wanted to see if they could find any clues. Then, he went to practice spells with Fang Shishir. After spending a lot of effort, he finally learned shrinking earth into an inch. He also made rapid progress in array formation and alchemy, but what made him the happiest was the heaven-flying immortal sword art. The heaven-flying immortal had a total of 6 moves, and each move had 36 styles. When Tang Jing sat cross-legged and operated the heaven-flying immortal sword art, a miniature version of Tang Jing appeared in his mind. He practiced the sword moves according to the sword manual. The first move, 36 styles, was instantly mastered, forming a powerful sword move, Wind Rises and Cloud Surge. These 4 words appeared on the sword manual in his mind. Tang Jing clearly remembered that there were only sword moves in the sword manual in the past. There was no name for the sword move. He didn't expect that after mastering the first move, a name would appear. Tian Chanzi had been silently paying attention to him. Although he didn't move just now, the sword aura emitted from his body made Tian Chanzi's eyes light up. He praised, "Good kid, you've mastered the first move, Wind Rises and Cloud Surge, so quickly." Tang Jing asked curiously, "When you gave me the sword manual, why didn't the sword move have a name? Now that I've learned it, why did it appear?" Tian Chanzi said unfathomably, "This is the extraordinary part of the heaven-flying immortal. Only by mastering the 36 styles of each move will the name of the sword move appear. Heaven-flying immortal is set up in this way. You don't have to be surprised." "Then what are the names of the next 5 moves?" Tang Jing couldn't wait to ask. Tian Chanzi shook his head, "Since I told you that you have to master every move to have a name, then of course I won't tell you. This is the charm of the heaven-flying immortal. When you haven't learned it, you won't be able to comprehend its subtlety. It's like an adventure that requires you to understand and learn step by step." Tang Jing nodded his head in understanding and didn't ask any more questions. The next day, Tang Jing and Fang Shishir went to school to fill in their application form. However, they were surprised to find that Lu Qingmei was no longer in school. They heard that she had resigned and left ordinary balance, which made everyone's jaws drop. Tang Jing was secretly shocked. She must have left ordinary balance because of him. He hurriedly dialed her number, but was told that the number was no longer in service. Tang Jing didn't even need to look for her to know that she must have moved. He sighed inwardly. It turned out that the 2 of them were really like passers-by in each other's lives. They had quietly disappeared from each other's lives. It made one feel lost. All of this was caused by that damned flower thief. When I find him, I'll definitely make him suffer. Tang Jing made up his mind. Today, Fang Shishir was obviously not in a good mood. When she saw Tang Jing fill in the application form for Yenqing University, her eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. However, she also resolutely filled in the application form for Yenqing University. Tang Jing looked at her in surprise. He thought that if she wanted to go abroad, she wouldn't fill in the application form. He didn't expect that she would still stubbornly apply to the same school as him. Tang Jing sighed inwardly. It seemed that he had to find time to communicate with her about studying abroad. The next few days were calm. Tang Zhang and Fang Shishir didn't have anything to do other than practicing martial arts. During this time, Deng Maokai invited Tang Jing to a meal. Because of his outstanding performance in the rescue operation of Lu Qingmei, he had been promoted from police chief to deputy chief. Deng Maokai understood that all of this was given to him by Tang Jing. Moreover, Tang Zhang was Governor Lu's future son-in-law, so he had to curry favor with him even more. As for the flower thief, Lin, who didn't have any clues. During this period of time, the ordinary balance was a bit strange. However, Takashi was very popular during this period of time. He was almost a household name. He accepted many interviews and appeared on television and newspapers. This made Feng Yong gnash his teeth in hatred. Behind his back, he fought for Tang Zhang's injustice many times. Yi Tianlei and Feng Xinyang called to congratulate Tang Zhang on becoming the top scorer. They also brought him great news about the martial organization. After Marshall returned to the martial organization, she did not wake up. Even the two people who sent her back had died from the yin qi entering their bodies. Ding Yi and the rest had also mysteriously disappeared. The people of the martial organization were confused. They wanted to take revenge but could not find a target. This is why ordinary balance was so peaceful during this period of time. Tang Jing suddenly realized that Marshall was seriously injured by the ghost general. She was seriously injured and unconscious. However, if she woke up, the martial organization would know everything. At that time, Tang Zhang would be in danger. Therefore, Tang Zhang's danger was not really eliminated. But this was enough. He had to take advantage of this period of time to make himself strong enough to deal with the crisis that may come in the future. The sun was shining brightly. Tang Zhang and Fang Shishir carried their luggage and said goodbye to Tian Chanzi at the train station. The two of them were about to start their long-prepared trip to Dianan. "Boy, disciple, be careful on the road," Tian Chanzi warned. "Master, you should also be careful. We will miss you," Fang Shishir said with concern. Tian Chanzi laughed. "Don't worry, your master has such a high cultivation. No one can hurt me. Moreover, I have a puppet following me. I can basically open my mouth and stretch out my hand. I am incomparably free." Tian Chanzi, "This time I don't know what kind of treasure Mu Hongyan's deceased husband left behind. When I see the real thing, I will contact you," Tang Jing said. A mysterious level treasure is also a powerful treasure. Originally, even the Tianji Daoist coveted it. If it is discovered by other cultivators, be careful not to be robbed, Tian Chanzi warned. "Don't worry, there are so few cultivators now. We shouldn't encounter it," Tang Zhang said unconcernedly. "In any case, it's good to be careful. Well, you guys enter the station, I'm leaving." Tian Chanzi waved his hand and disappeared into the crowd with Wang Xiang. Fang Shishir was a little sad. Looking at their departing backs, she said, "I don't know when I will see Master again." Tang Jing put his arm around her shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we will definitely meet again. This time, our main task is to travel." Fang Shishir also smiled and nodded. "Yes, Dianan has beautiful mountains and clear waters. The scenery is very beautiful. We must play to our heart's content." The two people passed the security check and boarded the train. This time they bought hard sleeper tickets. They could have bought plane tickets, but Fang Shishir thought that since it was a trip and there was enough time, the train ticket was the best choice. Fang Shishir slept on the lower bunk and Tang Jing slept on the middle bunk. Tang Jing had just put the two people's luggage on the luggage rack when a person rushed over and shouted, make way, a beauty is going out, idlers should leave." In the blink of an eye, a beautiful figure rushed in front of Tang Jing. Her breath was like orchids and she let out a long sigh. "I finally found my bed." Then, she handed the luggage to Tang Zhang and said without any hesitation, "Hey, handsome, help me put the luggage of this beauty up." Chapter 201. Tang Zhang curiously looked at the girl who acted as if she was familiar with him. She had a baby face, fair skin, chubby and very cute. She had short hair that reached her ears and was staring at Tang Zhang with her big black eyes. Amazed face / amazed face / handsome, if you look at me like this, I will be shy. The baby face said playfully. Her face even blushed as if she was really shy. Tang Zhang felt that he was too abrupt and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry." The baby face said seriously, "I don't think you are embarrassed at all. You are looking very seriously." Tang Zhang's head trembled and the luggage in his hands almost fell. Why was this baby face so direct? Looking at Tang Zhang's embarrassed state, the baby face made a face and said, "See, I hit the nail on the head. Look then look, I won't blame you. Aren't you born to be looked at?" Tang Zhang was speechless. "Hurry up and put my luggage up. Otherwise, your hands will shake again and it will fall," the baby face urged mischievously. Tang Zhang resentfully put the luggage down but heard the baby face exclaim in surprise, "Wow, there is actually a beauty here. She is really beautiful." The baby face stared at Fang Shishir and said, "Beauty, you are really beautiful and your skin is so good. Do you have a boyfriend? If you don't, I can introduce you to a few. They are all handsome and rich young men." Fang Shishir didn't know whether to laugh or cry looking at the baby face. The other party's sudden familiarity made her a little uncomfortable. She already has a boyfriend. "You don't need to introduce me." Tang Zhang sat beside Fang Shishir and took the opportunity to put his arm around her shoulders and said grandly. The baby face opened her mouth in surprise, "Wow, so you are a couple. But, you are not as handsome as the handsome guys I mentioned." Tang Zhang couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You can't eat handsome." The baby-faced man shook his head in all seriousness. "That's not true. Being handsome can make a living. Don't you see so many Xiaobai's faces? Don't they rely on their faces to make a living?" Tang Zhang choked for a moment. He really couldn't understand her unconstrained thinking. Fang Shishir smiled and helped her boyfriend out of the situation. "I still think he's the best in the world." The baby-faced man couldn't believe it. He glanced at Tang Zhang and said doubtfully, "Really? Why can't I see his good side? It's very ordinary." Fang Shishir laughed secretly. How could Tang Zhang's excellence be seen by others so casually? "I'm just an ordinary person. What's wrong with that?" Tang Zhang asked unhappily. The baby-faced man said, "There's nothing wrong with it. But it doesn't match with this beauty. It's fine as long as I like it. It's none of other people's business." Fang Shishir tightly held Tang Zhang's hand and helped him out of the situation. The baby-faced man shrugged and said, "Okay, then I won't meddle in other people's business." Tang Zhang said, "So you also know that you are meddling in other people's business. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Li Xiaotian. I'm from Beijing. I just finished the college entrance examination and came out to travel alone." The baby-faced man introduced himself as if they were close friends. "Li Xiaotian. Your name is quite special." Tang Zhang pondered. Li Xiaotian said as if it was natural, "Of course it's special. I just want to smile at the heavens and not be afraid of all difficulties and obstacles." Saying this, she looked up at the roof of the car and revealed a domineering smile. Tang Zhang and Fang Shishir looked at each other at the same time. This girl seemed a bit different. Moreover, this name was given by my grandmother. She said that if a woman has to hold up half the sky, then the daughter of the Li family has to hold up half the sky. First of all, a name must have momentum. Do you think this name has momentum? Li Xiaotian stared at the two and asked. Fang Shishir smiled. It does have momentum. I've introduced myself. Then you two should also introduce yourselves. My name is Tang Jing. This is my girlfriend, Fang Shishir. Tang Jing simply introduced himself. Tang Jing, this name is so familiar. I heard that the provincial champion here is called Tang Jing. Li Xiaotian said doubtfully. Tang Jing's heart moved. He had tried to be as low-key as possible, but he did not expect that even this baby-faced girl in the capital had heard of his name. Hee, you and the provincial champion have the same name. This is also a great honor. It will also give you a lot of face. Li Xiaotian added. She did not seem to think that the person in front of her was the provincial champion. Tang Jing was relieved. He really did not want to be recognized. Please make way. Suddenly, a man in his 30s carrying a backpack came over and said to Li Xiaotian, who was blocking the aisle. Li Xiaotian looked back at the other person. Her eyes flashed with a trace of imperceptible surprise. She smiled and said, Wow, this trip is really interesting. It seems that my choice was right. The man looked at her and without a word put his luggage on the middle bunk. Then he took off his shoes and silently climbed onto the middle bunk. Handsome, why are you so cold? Sitting in the same car is also fate. Come down and chat for a while. Li Xiaotian called out as if they were close friends. The man ignored her and turned around. His back was facing everyone. He did not say a word and seemed to have fallen asleep. Li Xiaotian shrugged and said, The journey is long. What's the point of just sleeping and not talking? Could it be that you want to sleep well during the day and be a night owl at night? The man's back muscles instantly tightened and then quickly returned to a relaxed state. This scene was coincidentally seen by Tang Jing, who got up. His heart could not help but tremble. Li Xiaotian's seemingly unintentional words caused this cold man to have such a big reaction. This was an almost instinctive vigilance reaction. This meant that the other person was not an ordinary person. Moreover, Tang Jing also felt a murderous aura from the other person. Although it was well hidden, it still did not escape Tang Jing's fiery eyes. And this Li Xiaotian, who was very familiar with him, gradually gave Tang Jing a strange feeling. Her words were definitely not unintentional, but targeted, deliberately said like this. However, no matter what the other person's identity was, Tang Jing was not interested. He just wanted to reach Dianan safely. Sure, you take a nap first. I'll go for a walk. Tang Jing gave Fang Shishir a look and said. Fang Shishir understood and nodded. Tang Jing, what's there to see on this train? Li Xiaotian asked. Tang Jing said, reading thousands of books, traveling thousands of miles, you can see different stories from different people. I like to see different stories, so while I'm at it, I might be able to see different stories. So insightful. Amazing. Li Xiaotian smiled and gave a thumbs up. Tang Jing walked through the aisle, but the corner of his eyes kept looking at the other passengers. There was no one worth paying attention to. It seemed that other than the two people opposite him who were a bit strange, the others were normal passengers. Unknowingly, Tang Jing came to the soft sleeper. The soft sleeper was much higher class than the hard sleeper. There was a door to protect a certain amount of privacy. Tang Jing aimlessly walked forward. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. He saw a strong man come out of a private room. He quickly closed the door and walked towards the bathroom. Martial artist. Tang Jing immediately recognized the other person's identity. He was a 6th grade refining body martial artist. A martial artist appearing on the train could not help but attract Tang Jing's attention. Thus, he waited for a while. The martial artist came out of the bathroom and walked towards the private room. Tang Jing slowly walked towards the other person. He was no different from the other passengers. The moment the martial artist opened the door to the private room, Tang Jing also happened to pass by the door. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that there were 3 people sitting inside. One was an 8th grade martial artist, one was a 6th grade martial artist, and the last was an ordinary middle-aged man. He had a fat head and big ears. With one look, he could tell that he was a rich local tyrant. Tang Jing remembered this in his heart. He walked around and made sure that there was no one else worth paying attention to. Then, he returned to his seat. Fong Shishir was lying on the bed. Seeing him return, she smiled sweetly. Tang Jing touched her forehead and said in a low voice, "Go to sleep." Fong Shishir closed her eyes and entered her dreams. Tang Jing also went to the middle bunk. Separated by the narrow space in the middle, he sized up the cold man's back. His back was very broad. Tang Jing could imagine the explosive power hidden under the other person's clothes. This is also a martial artist. Moreover, he is an expert. I can't see through his cultivation. This means that he is at least a first-grade natal stage expert. Tang Jing pondered. With such a strong killing intent, this person must have taken someone's life. The key point was, what was the purpose of this person sitting on this train? Tang Jing was puzzled. His gaze involuntarily fell on Li Xiaoyan's body. She was leaning against the carriage with her headphones on. She seemed to be intoxicated by the music. Her body does not have any fluctuations of inner strength. However, from the information she revealed, she is definitely not an ordinary person. Then why did she appear on this train? One question after another filled Tang Jing's mind. He did not feel sleepy at all. Instead, he became excited. Li Xiaoyan's words seemed to indicate that something would happen tonight. As night fell, the carriage became quiet. In the middle of the night, the lights in the carriage were extinguished. Everyone fell into darkness. Many people entered their dreams. Only the clanging sound of the wheels and the train tracks was left. Tang Jing faced the bed. He seemed to be asleep and did not move. After a few hours, when Tang Jing thought that nothing would happen tonight, a rustling sound came from behind him. This sound was very soft. It was almost negligible compared to the sound of the train. However, Tang Jing was too close to the source of the sound, so he could hear it clearly. The cold man in the middle bunk got off the bed and walked towards the soft sleeper carriage. Tang Jing was preparing to climb up and chase after him. However, he heard a clear sound from the lower bunk opposite him. Then, he followed with light footsteps. Tang Jing shivered. This Li Xiaotian actually chased after him. Is she not afraid? Who is she? After a long while, Tang Jing vigilantly got off the bed. After confirming that no one would notice him and that Fong Shishir was sleeping soundly, he stepped on the carpet in the aisle and tiptoed towards the soft sleeper carriage. Chapter 202. In the middle of the night, the carriage was very quiet and everyone fell asleep. Only the end of the carriage had some lights to guide people forward. Translation: Tang Jing followed the 2 people from a distance. The cold man walked in front and Li Xiaotian followed unhurriedly, but her route was very interesting. She could completely avoid the attention of the cold man and not be discovered by the other party. Tang Jing was like a ghost, without the slightest sound. Looking at Li Xiaotian's movements, he immediately frowned. Is she also a martial artist? But she doesn't look like one at all. There are no internal energy fluctuations. Tang Jing was full of doubts, but he could only follow. After a while, the cold man stopped in front of a soft sleeper box. Tang Jing's nerves instantly tensed up. The soft sleeper box was the one where the 4 people lived. Could it be that they are a group? No, the cold man pulled out his weapon. Tang Jing saw the cold man pull out a very thin soft sword from his waist. Bang! A slight muffled sound was completely covered by the sound of the train. The box door was knocked open by the cold man and a fierce fighting sound was heard. Li Xiaotian quickened her pace and came to the door of the box. Leaning against the door, she watched the fight in the box with interest. After a while, everything returned to calm. So quickly defeated 3 martial artists. This cold man's strength is really high. Tang Zheng's eyes were shining as he watched from a distance. Suddenly, a cold light shot out from the box and went straight to Li Xiaotian's throat. Li Xiaotian was not scared but giggled and quickly retreated. This cold light was the soft sword in the cold man's hand. The soft sword followed like a shadow and the cold man also jumped out of the box and looked at Li Xiaotian vigilantly. Just now, Li Xiaotian had dodged his fatal strike. This had already made the cold man very surprised. He had no choice but to be on guard. He coldly stared at her and asked, "Who are you?" Li Xiaotian stuck out her tongue. "Why are you so fierce and want to kill me?" The dignified cold killer Xiao Xiaoling wants to kill a weak woman. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? The cold man's pupils suddenly shrank and said, "How do you know me?" "Oh, you are so famous, how can I not know you? It seems that you have just done another business. The name of the cold face killer is really extraordinary. I am very curious about who you have killed this time." Li Xiaotian said and looked into the box. The 4 people's throats were cut by the sword, they didn't even have much of a chance to resist. Li Xiaotian clapped her hands and said, "It's really an eye-opener. Isn't that dead fatty the lackey of the Long family in Dianan? This time you killed the Long's people, aren't you afraid of being retaliated by the Longs?" "Well, since you know my name, you should know my rules. I always kill people, as long as the customer pays, I don't care about the background of the target," Xiao Xiaoling said. Li Xiaotian gently clapped her hands and said, "It's really professional. Today I have seen it. Well, I'm not interested in your business. After watching the play for a while, I dozed off again. I'm going back to sleep." She yawned and turned away, ignoring the killer behind her. Xiao Xiaoling did not hesitate to stab out with his sword. Tang Zheng looked at this scene and almost shouted out. Was this Li Xiaotian a fool? He actually left his back to the killer. But the next scene made Tang Jing even more stunned. He saw that the soft sword stabbed Li Xiaotian's back, but it couldn't pierce in at all. Li Xiaotian looked back at the killer and smiled, saying, "Want to kill me? It seems that this is also your rule. All witnesses must die." Xiao Xiaoling's face suddenly changed. He stared at her back and was horrified. "Are you wearing the heavenly silkworm treasure armor? Oh, you're quite knowledgeable." Li Xiaotian praised. Xiao Xiaoling hesitated for a moment and said, "You and I don't interfere with the river water. Tonight's incident didn't happen." It seemed that he was very afraid of the heavenly silkworm treasure armor. Li Xiaotian laughed and said, "I just came out to get some fresh air. What I saw was just a dream." After saying that, without waiting for the other party to respond, she went straight to the hard sleeper. Xiao Xiaoling followed her step by step. When he reached the toilet door, he suddenly stopped and looked at the toilet coldly. He hit the toilet door hard and opened it. "Ah, who is it?" a voice roared. Tang Jing pretended to be surprised and angry as he stared at the other party, but his heart was beating fast. He clearly saw everything between the two of them. He did not know what the heavenly silkworm treasure armor was, but since it could make the assassin so fearful, it meant that the baby-faced person was definitely not an ordinary person. Furthermore, he was an expert, and to be able to escape Tang Zheng's fiery golden eyes, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Tang Jing didn't expect that he could foresee these two people when he came out to travel. He was not afraid, but a little excited. This was the first time he left the ordinary balance, and he felt that the outside world was very wonderful. When the two came towards him, he hid in the toilet, but he didn't expect to be found by the killer. "Hey, why are you two here? What are you doing so late?" Tang Jing pulled up the zipper of his pants and asked preemptively. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Xiaoling asked. "Going to the toilet. Didn't you see it? Do you want to go to the toilet, too? Why are you in such a hurry to hit the door?" "I'm good, so you can go." Tang Jing swaggered out. Li Xiaotian looked at Tang Jing with a smile and asked, "Handsome Tang, do you go so far to the toilet?" "Who said no?" I almost couldn't hold it. There were people in the toilets of those carriages. It was not easy for me to find this place. Why do people like to go to the toilet in the middle of the night?" Tang Jing complained. Li Xiaotian's big eyes stared straight at Tang Jing, as if he wanted to distinguish the truth in his words. Tang Jing caught a glimpse of a conductor coming over and deliberately said loudly, "I'll go back to sleep first." Without waiting for the other party to respond, he quickly walked towards the conductor and disappeared in the corridor. Xiao Xiao coldly snorted, bowed his head and passed by the conductor. On the contrary, Li Xiaotian looked at the night scene outside the window with interest and muttered, "This trip is really getting more and more interesting. A cold-faced killer, a handsome guy, especially this handsome guy is really surprising." Tang Jing went back to bed and soon heard the other two people coming back. Tang Jing could clearly feel that the killer's eyes stayed on him for a long time, as if he was thinking about whether to kill Tang Jing or not. As the sky gradually brightened, a scream suddenly sounded, even covering the sound of the train. Then several policemen and conductors ran quickly to the soft sleeper compartment. Tang Jing quietly looked at this scene, turned his head to look at the killer, and found that he was also looking at him, with murderous intent bursting out in his eyes. Tang Jing ignored the other's murderous intent and said to Fang Shishir, who had woken up, "What do you want for breakfast?" "I'll go to the dining car and buy it for you. Porridge and steamed buns are fine. I'll go wash first." Fang Shishir walked towards the bathroom, but found that the direction of the soft sleeper compartment in the distance was full of people. "Murder! Someone has been killed!" a voice shouted. Suddenly, the compartment was boiling. Many people wanted to squeeze into the soft sleeper compartment to see what happened, and some people quickly retreated, very scared. The scene was very chaotic. Tang Jing pulled Fang Shishir back and said, "It seems that we can't eat breakfast now. When the people are gone, let's go to the dining car together." Fang Shishir nodded and asked blankly, "Someone just shouted to kill, what happened?" Tang Jing shook his head, but did not look at the killer, because he knew that the other must be observing his words and actions, to confirm whether or not he saw the scene last night. Li Xiaotian got up, stretched his waist, rubbed his eyes, yawned and asked, "What happened? Why is it so noisy, can't people sleep?" Tang Jing watched her act with interest. If he did not see it with his own eyes last night, he was afraid that he would have been deceived by her. The people outside were really not easy to deal with, so he had to be careful. "Handsome Tang, why are you looking at me so early in the morning? I don't seem to be exposed," Li Xiaotian said with a smile. Fang Shishir stealthily pinched Tang Jing and said in a low voice, "Don't look around." Tang Jing bitterly smiled, "I didn't look. Hee, got cleaned up by your girlfriend. Men are all big radishes. Beauty, you have to be careful." Fang Shishir smiled, "I have confidence in him." "Is that so?" Hee. Li Xiaotian meaningfully smiled, what is this, why is it so noisy?" "I heard that someone was killed," Tang Jing lightly said. Li Xiaotian shouted, "Ah, murder, so scared, handsome Tang, we all know each other, you have to protect me. With that, she threw herself on Tang Zheng's body, trembling, as if she was extremely scared. Everyone was shocked by her action. Tang Zheng did not have time to react, when he felt a soft body in his arms. Although Li Xiaotian had a baby face, her body was very well developed, with curves. It was very tempting. Her pair of hands firmly hugged Tang Zheng's waist, burying her head in his arms. This posture was as ambiguous as it could be. Fang Shishir was dumbstruck at this scene. Even Tang Zheng was no exception, stared blankly at her, but in an instant he calmed down. She was acting, and her acting was so realistic. If Tang Zheng did not see her true face last night, perhaps he would have been deceived by her. But, since you are acting, then I will also act. You are not the only actor. So he smoothly hugged her, his hands passed under her ribs, covering her full breasts. She was startled, her body tensed up, but Tang Zheng was like a pervert, not letting go, and comforted her. Don't be afraid, I am here. Li Xiaotian's face couldn't help but turn red. She was still a virgin, yet she was actually taken advantage of by Tang Zheng in such an unbridled manner. Furthermore, it was in front of her girlfriend. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But, even so, her hands were not idle, pressing on Tang Zheng's waist, carefully probing. Chapter 203. Li Xiaotian's movements were so subtle that even Tang Zheng didn't notice anything strange. Suddenly, she frowned and secretly said, why doesn't he have any internal energy fluctuations? Could it be that he's not a martial artist? Li Xiaotian suspected that Tang Zheng was a martial artist, so she purposely threw herself into his arms to test him, but in the end, she found that Tang Zheng didn't have any internal energy fluctuations at all. Fairy Search Novel Download Free Novel. She didn't know that Tang Zheng was a cultivator and that his body was filled with qi, which was a completely different kind of power from internal energy, so of course she would return empty-handed. The key point was that she was taken advantage of by Tang Zheng. In the past 18 years, no one had ever taken advantage of her, but Tang Zheng just had to take advantage of her. She hurriedly struggled out of Tang Zheng's arms and stared at Tang Zheng, her pink face full of anger, and angrily said, "You just touched my chest." Tang Zheng almost fainted. This baby-faced girl really didn't have a filter on her mouth. She even dared to say this. Fang Shishir heard this and fiercely pinched Tang Zheng's waist. Tang Zheng grimaced and sucked in a breath of cold air. Li Xiaotian smiled proudly. "Hey, you can't accuse people wrongly. It was clearly you who took the initiative to throw yourself into my arms. How could you blame me?" Tang Zheng retorted. "I was scared. I thought you were a gentleman, but I didn't expect you to take the opportunity to touch my chest," she said as she puffed out her chest. "Although I know I'm a great beauty and have a good figure, but how am I going to live if you do this?" Tang Zheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl was really sharp-tongued. However, he wasn't afraid of her. He shrugged and said, "You want me to take responsibility, right? Well then, you can ask my girlfriend's opinion. If she agrees, I don't mind taking you as a concubine." Fang Shishir glared at Tang Zheng, but she also understood that he was definitely not a playboy. Since he said so, there must be a reason. Therefore, Fang Shishir followed his words and said, "The threshold of the Tang family is very high. If you want to enter the door of the Tang family, it depends on your ability." Tang Zheng secretly gave Fang Shishir a look of appreciation. Fang Shishir glared at him. She had never played along with others like this before. Li Xiaotian's expression turned awkward, but there was nothing he could do. He angrily glared at the two of them, gritted his teeth, and said, "You two are amazing." Then, she sat back on the bed angrily. Xiao Xiaoling looked at this scene without saying a word. He got out of bed and looked at Li Xiaotian. Li Xiaotian shook his head slightly without a trace. Xiao Xiaoling immediately understood what she meant. Tang Zheng was not a martial artist. Xiao Xiaoling's eyes flashed with suspicion. He always felt that he couldn't see through Tang Jing. Although the other party's performance was harmless and there were not many flaws, as a veteran killer, that kind of subconscious feeling made him have to pay attention to Tang Jing. Whether you are a martial artist or not, I will kill you when I get off the train. Xiao Xiaoling silently made up his mind. It's the three of them. Suddenly, a train attendant came over with two policemen and pointed to Tang Jing. Tang Jing was awe-inspiring. This man was the train attendant he met last night. He didn't expect him to recognize the three of them. Xiao Xiaoling's face was cold, and he didn't say a word. Li Xiaotian, on the other hand, was in high spirits. She gossiped and asked, I heard that someone died. Is it true? The policeman didn't answer her. Instead, he stared at the three of them and said, Did the three of you go to the soft sleeper at 2:00 last night? Li Xiaotian nodded without hesitation. Yes, I couldn't sleep, so I walked around. What's the matter? The policeman avoided answering and stared at Tang Jing. Tang Jing said, I went to the bathroom at that time. The policeman's eyes fell on Xiao Xiaoling again. Looking at his cold appearance, he was definitely not ordinary. Therefore, the two policemen put their hands on the holster and were on high alert. Xiao Xiaoling said unceremoniously, Can't I get out of bed and blow the wind? It's not impossible, but the time when the three of you appeared is too coincidental. It coincides with the time of a murder case, so you need to assist in the investigation. The policeman said in a businesslike manner. Yes. Unexpectedly, Xiao Xiaoling did not refuse, but just said lightly. The two policemen breathed a sigh of relief. Since the other party was willing to cooperate, it couldn't be better. The three of you, please open the suitcase. We need to check it. The policeman said that the deceased was injured by a sharp weapon. As long as the weapon was found, all the problems would be solved. Li Xiaotian quickly opened her suitcase and said, You see, I have snacks and clothes in it, but there is nothing. There were not many sensitive things in her suitcase. The policeman checked it once and skipped it. Xiao Xiaoling's luggage was the focus of the inspection, but there was nothing else noteworthy except for a few simple sets of clothes. It was Tang Jing's turn. The policeman locked a long iron box at a glance and asked warily, What is this? Handicrafts. Open it and see. The policeman put his hand on the holster again. Officer, there is really no need to open it. This is my collection. Tang Jing advised. No, it must be opened. Tang Jing had no choice but to open the box. A gleaming black sword lay quietly in the iron box. The two policemen's body tightened. The deceased's throat was injured by a blunt weapon, and the sudden appearance of this black sword was undoubtedly the biggest suspect. Tang Jing went to Dianan this time. The danger was unknown. Of course, he would bring War Soul. Finally, he spent a lot of effort to get a certificate for War Soul. Otherwise, he couldn't bring it on the train. He thought that everything was going smoothly, but he never expected to encounter a murder. War Soul became the biggest suspect. Tang Jing certainly understood the policeman's mind and quickly explained, This is a handicraft. I have a certificate. Take it out and have a look. Be careful, don't act rashly. The policeman quickly pulled out his pistol and pointed it at Tang Jing. It seemed that once he acted rashly, he would pull the trigger. Fang Shishir was shocked and shouted, Don't shoot, we didn't do anything bad. Tang Jing comforted her, Don't worry, we didn't do anything bad. What are you afraid of? Then, he carefully took out the certificate of War Soul and handed it over. A policeman still pointed his gun at Tang Jing, and another policeman checked the certificate. Li Xiaotian and Xiao Xiaoling stared at the War Soul sword intently. With their eyes, they could see that this was definitely not an ordinary handicraft, but a real treasure sword. Moreover, it had drunk blood, and the murderous aura on it made people shudder. Li Xiaotian's eyes gradually brightened. Tang Zheng was not a martial artist, but he had such a sword. This was too unusual. After checking the certificate, the policeman said, "We need to keep this sword for the time being. After getting off the train, we will hand it over to the relevant department to check its authenticity." The policeman did not have the strength to distinguish the authenticity of the handicraft, so to be on the safe side, they made such a decision. War's soul was too important to Tang Zheng. Of course, it was impossible to let the other party take it away. He immediately refused. "No, this sword is very important to me. I can't let you take it away." The atmosphere became tense in an instant. The two policemen were like facing an enemy. "It is your duty to cooperate with our investigation. In short, I didn't kill the people. You can't touch my things," Tang Zheng said firmly. "This is not up to you. We can only make a conclusion after we investigate clearly." The policeman did not give in. "Handsome Tang, it is a citizen's duty to cooperate with the police. You can give this sword to them," Li Xiaotian said casually. "Absolutely not. Oh, it seems that this is a treasure. Why don't you let me have a look? I have been interested in antique handicrafts since I was a child. Maybe I can help you identify it." Li Xiaotian reached out to grab War's soul. Tang Zheng was quick and was about to start, but at this time, the policeman raised his gun and shouted, "Don't move." Tang Zheng helplessly stopped. Li Xiaotian was about to succeed, but another slender hand closed the iron box first. "This is my boyfriend's thing. You can't mess with it." Fang Shishir held the iron box in her arms and said firmly. Li Xiaotian was slightly startled. Fang Shishir was the first to get it. She looked at Fang Shishir in surprise. No matter how she looked at it, there was nothing strange about it. But Fang Shishir's movements were faster than her. Li Xiaotian's mouth hooked up and muttered to herself, "Interesting, really interesting. Put the box down." A policeman pointed his gun at Fang Shishir. Fang Shishir was not afraid and tightly hugged the box. Tang Zheng frowned and angrily said, "Move the gun away. Don't point it at my girlfriend. Otherwise, you will regret it." Tang Zheng did not expect that he would be involved in this murder case. He originally had no flaws, but because of the appearance of War's soul, he became the biggest suspect. The policeman did not care about Tang Zheng's threat. Instead, he thought it was a provocation. He flew into a rage and said, "Don't act rashly. Otherwise, we will shoot." Tang Zheng moved sideways and used his body to block in front of Fang Shishir. He said, "You want to find the murderer, but you have found the wrong person." "What do you mean?" The policeman immediately caught the deep meaning in his words and quickly asked. "The murderer is someone else. We are just two freshly graduated students. Is there a need for you to mobilize so many people?" Tang Zheng asked. He was considering whether to tell the truth about last night. Previously, he had felt the cold murderous intent from the killer's eyes, so he was considering whether to use the police to deal with the killer. Xiao Xiao listened to this sentence, and his body subconsciously became alert. His right hand was on his waist, ready to go. He could be sure that Tang Zheng must have seen him kill people last night, so he must not be left alive. Li Xiaotian also understood this point, and his heart was awe-inspiring. Last night, he actually deceived me. It's outrageous. And just now, he deliberately took advantage of me. I absolutely can't let him live like this. If he dares to take advantage of me, I will let him peel off a layer of skin. Li Xiaotian rolled his eyes and pretended to be suddenly enlightened. He shouted, "Oh, police comrade, when I came out in the corridor last night, it seemed that I saw him carrying this sword. As soon as this remark came out, the atmosphere suddenly changed. The two policemen were facing an enemy, and it seemed that they were about to pull the trigger. Tang Zheng could not hide his astonishment. This Li Xiaotian was really insidious. He even framed him. Women's hearts were the most poisonous. Chapter 204. Tang Zheng didn't ask why Li Xiaotian framed him. Since she said so, it was after careful consideration. Tang Zheng's refutation was in vain. Fang Shishir knew her boyfriend's character well. He would never kill people for no reason. So, she flew into a rage, like a lioness protecting her cub. Li Xiaotian, why did you frame a good person? Li Xiaotian pretended to be wronged and said, I'm just telling the truth. Come with us. The policeman snapped, interrupting the conversation between the two. Tang Zheng's expression was cold. Suddenly, his right hand was placed on Xiao Xiaoling's waist. When Xiao Xiaoling had not yet reacted, he took advantage of the situation and exposed a soft sword that was shining with cold light. Xiao Xiaoling reacted very quickly. When the soft sword was only exposed a few centimeters, his hand was on the hilt of the sword, shaking off Tang Zheng's hand. But it was too late. Everyone had seen the soft sword at his waist. The policeman burst out, "Don't move." They didn't expect that Tang Zheng would dare to move under the muzzle of the gun. Moreover, his movements were so fast that they were overwhelmed. More importantly, the exposed weapon at Xiao Xiaoling's waist made them feel like they were facing a great enemy. Only a vicious person would hide the sword so secretly. Therefore, in an instant, Xiao Xiaoling's suspicion was greater than Tang Zheng's. One of the 6 guns was aimed at Tang Zheng, the other was aimed at Xiao Xiaoling, and the other was at Xiao Xiaoling. Li Xiaotian looked at all this in surprise. She finally understood that Tang Zheng was a hidden master. She had misjudged him. It was too hateful. However, things became more interesting. Her mouth evoked a wicked smile. She pretended to be surprised and shouted, "Wow, there is a sword here. I'm so scared." Then she rushed in the direction of the police. "Police comrade, you have to protect me. I'm so scared." Perhaps she had the experience of being eaten by Tang Zheng last time. She didn't jump into the arms of the police, but just blocked between Xiao Xiaoling and the muzzle of the gun. Seeing this, the policeman shouted anxiously, "Miss, move away." But it was too late. As an assassin, Xiao Xiaoling grasped the opportunity perfectly. At the moment when Li Xiaotian rushed over, he launched an attack in an instant. Shwa! The soft sword was completely drawn out. Like a poisonous snake, it attacked Tang Zheng's throat. Tang Zheng saw that the situation was not good. He did not care about the police's muzzle. He grabbed the iron box in Fang Shishir's hand and blocked it. Sparks flew everywhere. "Don't move, or I'll shoot." The police were horrified. They never thought that under the gun, these two people would dare to make a move. Looking at the cold gleaming soft sword, it seemed to be more consistent with the wound of the deceased. Immediately, the two people understood that this person was the biggest suspect, and they absolutely could not let him escape. Moreover, the train was an enclosed space, and there were many people. If this kind of outstanding martial artist suddenly attacked others, the consequences would be unimaginable. They must be blocked in this narrow space. So, the two policemen hesitated a little and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, 2 muffled gunshots. The bullets whistled out. In such a narrow space, the threat of the bullets was quite great. Tang Zheng put the iron box upright in front of him. The bullet penetrated the iron box and was blocked by the war spirit sword. The other bullet almost flew past Li Xiaotian's body. The police deliberately avoided her when they shot, but the accuracy was greatly reduced. Xiao Xiaoling did not move at all. The bullet passed by, broke through the glass window, and flew out. A small cold wind poured in from the bullet hole. "Hold your head and squat down." The police saw that the bullet did not hurt the other party at all. It would certainly arouse the other party's fierce resistance, so the police shouted. At the same time, they took 2 steps back to open up the distance between them to avoid the other party's possible attack, but it was enough to control the other party within the range of their own firepower. Li Xiaotian's mouth hooked up into a smile. He stared at the scene with interest. When his eyes collided with Tang Zhang's, it was difficult to hide the provocation. Xiao Xiaoling's face became colder and colder. He did not pay attention to the police's threat at all. He slapped the window with his palm. With a crash, the window, which had been pierced by a bullet, instantly shattered. The huge cold wind poured into the carriage, making people subconsciously close their eyes. Xiao Xiaoling shot out lightning and grabbed Tang Zhang and Fang Shishir. In her exclamation, the two jumped out of the window. Tang Zhang was horrified. He did not expect that the other party would suddenly attack Fang Shishir. Even Li Xiaotian could not hide the surprise in his eyes. "Don't run." Tang Zhang roared and jumped off the train with the iron box in his arms. The 2 policemen were stunned. Jumping off such a high-speed train, wasn't it courting death? What a group of desperados. The 2 men hurriedly looked out of the window, but they did not see the other party. "Hey, 2 police comrades, make way." Li Xiaotian patted the 2 men on the shoulder and said, "Girl, what are you doing?" "Of course, I'm going to catch up. It's a waste not to watch such a good show. You too, goodbye. Oh, by the way, let me remind you that I lied just now. The murderer is the guy with the soft sword." Li Xiaotian said lightly. "You lied?" The policeman was shocked. Li Xiaotian shrugged and said, "Yes, a woman's words can't be trusted, especially a beautiful woman like me." Her voice fell, she tiptoed, flew over the 2 men's heads, and rushed out of the window. "Ah!" The police officer subconsciously shouted and hurriedly leaned over to take a look. He thought that she would be smashed to pieces, but unexpectedly, she landed lightly on the ground, unscathed. She tiptoed and quickly ran in a certain direction. "Stop!" Tang Jing roared. Xiao Xiaoling grabbed Fang Shishir and ran wildly in front, but because there were 2 people, their speed was a little slow. After a while, they were caught up by Tang Jing. Xiao Xiaoling simply stopped, the soft sword on her neck, coldly stared at Tang Jing, who caught up, and said, "Who are you?" "Let go of my girlfriend." Tang Jing shouted angrily. "Answer my question first." Xiao Xiaoling was murderous. Tang Jing said in a deep voice, "I'm just a passerby. I don't want to pay attention to your business. Let go of my girlfriend. We'll go our separate ways." Xiao Xiaoling sneered and said, "You witnessed me killing people. How can I keep you in this world? I took her to lead you here." Tang Jing said disdainfully, "Then why didn't you kill Li Xiaotian?" "Oh, handsome Tang, you're so bad. You even encouraged him to kill me. I'm so beautiful and lovely. How can you let me die?" Li Xiaotian's voice came from afar. In an instant, she stood in front of the 2 men. Tang Jing angrily glared at her and said, "Why are you framing me?" "It's fun." Li Xiaotian said casually. "Fun? Do you know that you will kill people like this?" Tang Jing was furious. Framing him was just for fun, how preposterous. "You didn't die, did you?" Li Xiaotian retorted. "I almost died under the police's gun." "Oh, who told you to hide your strength? Let's not beat around the bush. How on earth did you hide your cultivation?" When I was in your arms, I didn't even feel the fluctuation of internal energy. Li Xiaotian stared at Tang Jing with a smile, like a doctor who had encountered a difficult disease. She was very interested. Tang Jing was shocked. It turned out that when she threw herself into his arms, it was to test his details. He said that his charm was not so great that it was impossible for a beauty to throw herself into his arms. Xiao Xiao also stared at Tang Jing. He had read countless people, but he still ignored Tang Jing because he was really inconspicuous. Tang Jing, of course, would not answer the other party's question. He said, "Why should I tell you?" "Oh, I'm curious." "Can't you satisfy my curiosity?" Beautiful women are very gossipy. Don't pretend to be cute. You are a poisonous snake. You secretly spit out a letter, and when you have the opportunity, you will bite others. Tang Jing said angrily. Poisonous snake. Wow, am I as horrible as you say? You see, people are so cute. You don't know how many people like me. How could I be a poisonous snake? Li Xiaotian said aggrievedly. Xiao Xiao looked at the two people without saying a word and interrupted, "Your judgment is very accurate. The people of Li Palace are poisonous snakes." Li Xiaotian smiled like a flower. Wow, is the reputation of Li Palace so bad? If I tell Grandma that you slandered Li Palace like this, you, a cold-faced killer, can escape to the ends of the earth. Xiao Xiao coldly snorted and said, "Since I am a person who eats this bowl of rice, how can I be afraid of being chased?" Not afraid. Then why did you let me go last night? Li Xiaotian's words hit the nail on the head. Xiao Xiao was speechless. See, I was right. Men are duplicitous. This is what Grandma has always taught me. It seems that it is indeed a wise saying. Last night, you clearly guessed my identity from the heavenly silkworm treasure armor, so you would rather violate your own rules and let me go. It seems that you are still very afraid of Li Palace. If Grandma knew about this, she would be very happy. Li Palace is to make others afraid, to make others afraid. Although Li Xiaotian spoke in a relaxed manner, and even carried a bit of playfulness and liveliness, Tang Jing felt a chill from the information revealed in her words. What kind of place was this Li Palace, specifically to make others feel afraid? But there was no doubt that Li Palace was definitely a powerful organization. Tang Jing's eyes were dark about the world's organizations, so he asked, "What is Li Palace?" "A good place, where I grew up. The birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. It is very beautiful. This is the first time I have left Li Palace. I didn't expect the outside world to be so fun." Xiao Xiao was shocked. "You are 18 years old this year, right?" "Yes, how do you know?" Xiao Xiao's face became colder and colder. As if talking to himself, he said, "I should have guessed it a long time ago. Wearing the heavenly silkworm treasure armor, you are the holy maiden of Li Palace. At the age of 18, you will leave Li Palace and go out to gain experience. Oh, it seems that you know Li Palace very well. I thought that you, a guy who likes to fight alone, didn't understand the situation of the world." Li Xiaotian said curiously. Xiao Xiao disdainfully said, "If I didn't understand the world's palaces, sects, and halls, then I don't know how many times I would have died." Chapter 205. One Palace, One Sect, One Hall. Tang Jing had never heard of it before, and couldn't help but be curious. Where are these places? Li Xiaotian said with a smile, "Your strength is good, but you don't understand the situation of the world at all. It seems that you don't belong to any big power." Xiao Xiao also looked at him coldly, as if he was also speculating about Tang Jing's origin. There are 3 places in the world where martial artists gather, namely, the Li Palace, the martial sect, and the Azure Dragon Palace. Li Xiaotian explained. Martial sect. Tang Zheng was shocked to hear the name of the martial sect again. It turned out that the forces of the world were much more complicated than he thought. Could it be that these three forces all regarded the cultivators as eyesores? Then it would be troublesome. Where is the martial sect? Tang Zheng asked subconsciously. Li Xiaotian's eyes lit up and said, "Hey, you even know about the martial sect, it's really strange." Saying this, his pair of eyes looked at Tang Zheng again. Tang Zheng was secretly shocked. The martial sect was an organization that specialized in dealing with cultivators. Li Xiaotian guessed his identity, so he quickly explained, "I have heard people say that there are many masters in the martial sect, so I want to go there to learn." Learn from a master. Li Xiaotian covered his mouth and giggled. It seems that that person must have lied to you. The martial sect has never accepted outsiders as disciples. You want to learn from a master, but there is no chance. How do you know there is no chance if you don't try? You just need to tell me where the martial sect is. Tang Zheng argued. Tian Chanzi had always wanted to go to the martial sect to find out. If he could know the location of the martial sect from Li Xiaotian, it would be simple. Unexpectedly, Li Xiaotian shook his head and said, "I don't know where the martial sect is. Only Grandma knows. Why don't you go back to the Li Palace with me, and you will naturally know." Tang Zheng was a little moved. Are you sending him to his death? Any man who enters the Li Palace can forget about coming out alive. Xiao Xiao coldly interjected. Li Xiaotian glared at him. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Besides, aren't you going to kill him? Let me take him to the Li Palace to play, isn't that exactly what you want? Tang Zheng felt a chill run down his spine. This Li Xiaotian was too vicious. She actually wanted to lure him to the Li Palace and then kill him. A woman's heart was truly the most poisonous. Xiao Xiao disdainfully said, "I don't need others to intervene in my own affairs." Li Xiaotian crossed his arms and shrugged. Then pretend I didn't say anything. You guys continue. I'll just watch the show. Xiao Xiao took a deep look at Li Xiaotian and no longer paid attention to her. Instead, he said to Tang Zheng, "If you kill yourself, I will let her go. Otherwise, I will kill her first and then kill you. If you dare to hurt her, even if I chase you to the ends of the earth, I will tear you to pieces." Tang Zheng said resolutely. I've never been afraid of threats. Are you going to make a move or not? Xiao Xiao coldly asked. Tang Zheng looked at Fang Shishir. There was no fear on her face. Instead, she squeezed out a smile at him and said without fear, "Tang Zheng, you don't have to worry about me. Don't talk nonsense. I will save you. Hey, handsome Tang, hurry up and do it. I want to see how you will save her. I'm very curious." Li Xiaotian urged. Xiao Xiao looked alert. Tang Zheng had given him too many surprises. Therefore, he was very afraid. However, he had a hostage in hand. He firmly believed that Tang Zheng could not play any tricks. Of course, Tang Zheng could play tricks. He could use the body-fixing technique and make Xiao Xiao unable to move in an instant. But the key point was that there was a holy maiden of Li Palace next to him. Since Li Palace was as famous as Wuzong, did Li Xiaotian know the existence of cultivators? Did he regard cultivators as his mortal enemy? If he used the body-fixing technique and exposed his identity as a cultivator, would he attract the pursuit of Li Palace? He was not sure, so he was hesitating. But seeing that the soft sword on Fang Shishir's neck had almost cut her skin, he knew that he was finally going to make a move. Even if Li Xiaotian discovered his identity, he could not say that he would get rid of her together. Tang Zheng did not have the idea of having tender feelings for the fairer sex. Li Xiaotian was like a beautiful viper, making him avoid it like the plague. However, Fang Shishi's movements were faster than his. She had also learned the body-fixing technique, but she was not as proficient as Tang Jing. Therefore, her hand quietly aimed at Xiao Zhao's acupoints, so that she could hide the body-fixing technique and attribute it to the pressure point technique. This girl's meticulous mind was still not bad. Xiao Zhao's attention had been on Tang Jing. He did not notice Fang Shishi's movements at all, but Li Xiaotian had been paying attention to Fang Shishi's movements. At that time, Fang Shishi had snatched the iron box, which had always made Li Xiaotian worry. Although Fang Shishi was no different from an ordinary woman, the meticulous Li Xiaotian still put some energy into her. Seeing Fang Shishi's movements, Li Xiaotian's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Be careful of her pressure point technique." This earth-shattering sound immediately attracted Xiao Zhao's attention. He reacted very quickly and immediately reached out to grab Fang Shishi's finger. Tang Zhang and Fang Shishi were furious. This Li Xiaotian was so bad that he ruined their good thing. But it was too late to accuse Li Xiaotian of his sinister intentions. Tang Jing quickly took out the war spirit sword from the box and stabbed it. This sword used the Flying Immortals from Outer Sky sword technique. It was as fast as thunder. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Xiao Xiao and stabbed straight at his face. If he did not resist, his head would be directly pierced by the sword. Xiao Xiao was forced to let go of Fang Shishi and block with his sword. Clang! The two swords hit each other, and the two people quickly bounced back. Tang Jing grabbed Fang Shishi's waist and pulled her into his arms, and quickly retreated. Drawing the sword, saving people, and retreating, this series of actions was as fast as lightning and flowing water, showing Tang Zhang's powerful strength. Xiao Xiao and Li Xiaotian coincidentally widened their eyes. Li Xiaotian suddenly applauded and laughed, "Beautiful, beautiful, you actually succeeded in snatching people from the hands of the cold-faced killer." Xiao Zhao's face became colder and colder. Originally, he had the upper hand, but this blow turned the situation around, which made him shocked and angry. Tang Zhang looked at the two people coldly and said, "It's not that easy to kill us." Li Xiaotian chuckled and said, "I have to admit that you are right. You have to know that the cold-faced killer is an 8th grade natal expert, so I am very curious about what your cultivation level is." Tang Jing stared at Xiao Xiao. No wonder he couldn't see through his cultivation level. He turned out to be an 8th grade natal expert. He looked like he was only in his 30s, but he had such a high cultivation level. There was no doubt that he was a genius. It was not a good thing to be remembered by such an expert. If it weren't for Li Xiaotian, he couldn't have provoked Xiao Xiao. Therefore, Tang Zhang was even more hateful to the culprit who watched a good show. "You are the Holy Virgin of Li Palace. What is your cultivation level?" Tang Zhang asked. "I asked you first." "You say it first, and I will say it," Li Xiaotian said wittily. Tang Zhang snorted and ignored it. Of course, he couldn't tell the other party his details. "Oh, you are so stingy. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Cold-faced killer, you can continue now. Don't let me wait too long. Hurry up and decide the winner. I am a little hungry. I got up early in the morning and didn't have time to eat breakfast," Li Xiaotian urged. Xiao Xiao stared at Tang Zhang and said, "I don't care who you are. Since I said I would kill you, then I will naturally do it. Otherwise, I will break my rules." Tang Zhang disdainfully said, "Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Why are you not so tough to her?" Xiao Zhao's face was embarrassed and said, "This world is the law of the jungle. If you have such a strong background as her, then I naturally don't mind letting you go." "Is that so? Then what will make you willing to let me go?" Tang Zhang was now in the 9th grade refining qi, and Fang Shishi, who was in the 3rd grade refining qi, was certainly not Xiao Zhao's opponent. Therefore, this battle was very difficult, and there was almost no hope for victory. If you beat me, I can naturally let you go, Xiao Zhao said. Well, I hope you won't deny it later. Tang Zheng had to give it his all and rushed up with his sword. Xiao Zhao gave a cold shout and also greeted him. In the blink of an eye, the two people fought together. They had already exchanged more than 10 moves. The soft sword in Xiao Zhao's hand was like a poisonous snake, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Tang Zheng gave a loud roar as he displayed the flying immortals from beyond the sky sword technique. Winds rose and clouds surged. In that instant, sand and stones flew everywhere as the aura between heaven and earth fluctuated unpredictably. His sword attacked with the force of wind and thunder. Xiao Zhao's face changed slightly, and shouted, "Good sword technique." The soft sword zigzagged forward, drawing an earthworm-like sword light in the air, but layer upon layer, completely blocking this move of the wind and clouds. Bang! The sword light shattered, and Xiao Zhao took a step back. He said in amazement, "It's really a good sword technique. It can even force me to retreat. But if you want to defeat me with this ability, you may not think it's too easy." Shwa! Her flexible sword trembled as sword light scattered down, attacking Tang Zheng in a voluminous manner. Tang Zheng did not retreat, but moved forward. The wind and clouds surged, and the sword hit the center of the scattered sword light. Gotcha! The sword light shook, and Tang Zheng quickly moved forward. At the same time, he secretly used the fixed body technique. The aura between heaven and earth changed in an instant. Xiao Zhao felt a force rushing into his meridians, and his body couldn't move for a moment. Tang Zheng did not give Xiao Zhao a chance to react. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the war spirit sword pressed against the opponent's throat, but did not move further. Because he knew that the fixed body technique alone could not really control the opponent for a long time. As long as the opponent felt that something was wrong, he would immediately use his power to force out this force. Just like when he faced Huang Si, the fixed body technique did catch the opponent off guard, but it could not become a fatal killing move. Sure enough, Xiao Zhao noticed that his body could not move, and quickly used his power to force back the force. At this moment, the war spirit sword was already at his throat. Although he recovered his mobility, there was no doubt that he was defeated. His eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. "You lost," Tang Zheng said calmly, withdrawing his sword and retreating. Xiao Zhao's face changed. He could not imagine that he would be defeated like this. The key was that the mysterious force just now made him very afraid. He did not know how Tang Zheng did it, but there was no doubt that Tang Zheng was far more complicated than he thought. Li Xiaotian looked at the two people in surprise and asked in surprise, "How could you lose?" In the previous attack of the two people, Tang Zheng was obviously at a disadvantage, but in the blink of an eye, the battle situation had changed dramatically, which made her puzzled. Chapter 206. Xiao Xiaoling was also baffled. He couldn't tell why. He just stared straight at Tang Zheng, recalling the scene just now, but he was still confused. Li Xiaotian asked Tang Zheng again, "How did you do it?" Tang Zheng turned a deaf ear and just stared at Xiao Xiaoling. "You lost. It's time to fulfill your promise." Xiao Xiaoling hesitated. The mystery shown by Tang Zheng made him a little afraid. Moreover, he really couldn't figure out the details of Tang Zheng, so he nodded after a long time and said, "Well, I'll let you go this time, but if I meet you next time, you won't be so lucky." After that, he turned around and disappeared with a few leaps. Tang Zheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He took Fang Shishi's hand and turned to leave. "Hey, wait a minute. Li Xiaotian shouted and caught up with him. What are you going to do? Tang Jing decided to stay away from her and asked without any politeness. This is the wilderness. What if I meet a bad guy? So I'll go with you. Li Xiaotian said with a smile, as if nothing had happened. Others should be worried about their own safety when they meet you. Who can hurt you? Tang Zhang said with a bad face. Li Xiao giggled and said, Are you still angry with me? You're a real man, so you should be more tolerant. Otherwise, you won't be liked by girls. It's enough that I have a girlfriend who likes me. I don't need to please other girls. Tang Zhang said lightly. Fang Shishir heard this and smiled sweetly. Li Xiaotian curled her lips and said, You don't have to be so heartless. Besides, I'm going out for the first time. There are many things I don't understand. Wouldn't it be better if we go together? In addition, all my luggage and belongings are on the train. Do you have the heart to watch me starve to death? That delicate and pitiful appearance was pitiful. If the two of them hadn't seen what she had done just now, they would have definitely been deceived by her. Tang Zhang's expression was as hard as iron and stone as he said, I'm very happy to see that. Goodbye, oh, no, never again. Tang Zhang pulled Fang Shishir forward quickly. Fang Shishir turned to look at Li Xiaotian and found that she was actually following behind them at a leisurely pace. She's following us. Fang Shishir reminded in a low voice. This girl's actions were beyond her imagination. Tang Zhang stopped in his tracks and turned to glare fiercely at Li Xiaotian. What's the point of this? You almost killed me just now. Why should I bring you along? Because I'm a girl, and a beautiful girl at that, Li Xiaotian said coquettishly. The beauty trap is useless against me. Besides, are you as beautiful as my girlfriend? Tang Zhang said jokingly. Fang Shishir heard this and looked at him sweetly. Only he could praise his girlfriend in front of another girl. Li Xiaotian said angrily, Hey, are you not going to give me face like this? You're slandering my image. Anyway, I don't care. I have no relatives in Dianan, and I'm penniless. Anyway, I'm depending on you. Whatever you want to do, I'll follow you. Seeing that he was helpless, Tang Zhang had no choice but to pull Fang Shishir in front. Li Xiaotian followed, like a burden. She kept asking Tang Zhang questions, but he ignored them one by one. After a long while, her mouth was dry and she said rather discouragingly, Hey, why don't you say a word? I don't want to talk to you. Tang Zhang said without looking back. They could see the edge of the city in front of them. The place where they jumped off the train was not far from the terminal station. The three of them were very fast, so it didn't take long for them to enter the city. Suddenly, Tang Zhang's cell phone rang. Tang Zhang, I'm at the train station. Your train has arrived, but why haven't I seen you? Mu Hongyan asked. Tang Zhang had specifically informed her before leaving, so she came to pick him up in person. We got off halfway, and now we're in the city. Where are you? I'll pick you up. Tang Zhang looked at the street sign and told the other party before stopping in his tracks. You have a friend to pick you up? Li Xiaotian asked. Yes, so you can leave, or you can call home and ask them to pick you up, Tang Zhang said indifferently. Li Xiaotian curled his lips. The Li Palace has rules. During the training period, you can't ask for help from the Li Palace. Otherwise, the training will be considered a failure. That's your rule, what does it have to do with me? Tang Zhang retorted. You can't just watch someone die and not help. Sure, hurry and persuade him. He's too cold-blooded, and that's not good. Seeing that Tang Zhang was unmoved, Li Xiaotian immediately changed his method and asked for Fang Shishir's help. Fang Shishir turned a deaf ear. Tang Zhang hurriedly said, How can my cold blood compare to yours? Just because you're not innocent, you can frame people and almost cause them to lose their lives. Li Xiaotian said apologetically, aren't you fine? Don't worry about this problem. Sure, just ask her to promise me. As he said this, he actually grabbed Fang Shishi's arm. Fang Shishi was incomparably embarrassed and hurriedly said, hurry and let go, this isn't something I can decide. Li Xiaotian was broken free, but he still unwillingly hugged Tang Zheng's arm and said, hurry up and say it, do you agree or not? Tang Zheng felt a soft thing rubbing against his arm. It felt pretty good, so he glanced at her full breasts and said without any trace of politeness, this time you rubbed your breasts against my arm, so don't blame me for touching your breasts. Fang Shishi heard this and didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she glared at him. He took advantage of her and now he was pretending to be obedient. Li Xiaotian said with grievance, I've already sacrificed my body, could it be that you still don't agree? Tang Zheng didn't waver, I don't agree. G.A. A car stopped in front of them and a lively figure jumped out of the car and threw herself into Tang Zheng's arms. Brother Godly Doctor, Nana can finally see you again. This is great, I'm so happy. Nana threw herself into Tang Zheng's arms and acted coquettishly. Tang Zheng squatted down and patted her head and said, I'm also very happy, Nana has grown taller again. I really grew taller again. Nana opened her eyes wide and asked in surprise. Tang Zheng nodded, of course, I think it won't be long before you can catch up to me. Nana said with approval, and Nana will definitely grow taller and eat more. Li Xiaotian looked at the little girl who was carved out of jade in surprise. Originally, she also took the cute route, but compared with this little girl who was like a porcelain doll, she was a little less charming. But her eyes were immediately attracted by another figure. Mu Hongyan, who exuded a mature charm, came out of the car. Li Xiaotian's eyes flashed with surprise, how could it be her? This kid actually has something to do with her. Mu Hongyan came over with a smile, Tang Zheng, sure, welcome to Dianan. Fang Shishi already knew about the matter between Tang Zheng and Mu Hongyan. She smiled and nodded, this time I'll have to disturb Sister Mu. Please recommend. Chapter 207. Looking at Mu Hongyan's reaction, Li Xiaotian said to himself, I guess that you must know about the Li Palace, unlike some people who don't know anything. Book Friend Group Plus, as he said this, he gave Tang Zheng a meaningful glance. Tang Zheng found that Mu Hongyan's reaction was so big that he knew that the Li Palace was not ordinary. Looking at her disdainful eyes, he retorted, Li Xiaotian, don't use your name to scare people. Li Xiaotian smiled confidently, whether I am scaring people or not, I believe that Madame Long will have her own judgment. Mu Hongyan glanced at Tang Zheng, as if thinking about how Tang Zheng was entangled with the people of the Li Palace, and it seemed that there was not a small conflict. However, she reacted quickly and adjusted her mood in an instant, saying, since you are a person of the Li Palace, of course I welcome you. Seeing this, Tang Zheng did not say anything more, but he also had a further understanding of the Li Palace. The car was as fast as lightning. Dianan was like spring all year round. Even though it was the dog days of June, it was not too hot. Nana was lying in Tang Zheng's arms, pointing out the scenery outside the window to introduce to Tang Zheng. Mu Hongyan added a few words from time to time, making them listen with relish. Li Xiaotian continued to show his natural familiarity, constantly looking for topics to chat with Mu Hongyan, and asked without regard, Nana, I heard you call him Brother Godly Doctor, why? Is his medical skills very good? Of course, Brother Godly Doctor. Nan was just about to say that her illness was cured by Tang Zheng when Tang Zheng's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick as he hurriedly stopped her. Nana carefully thought about it, and unexpectedly understood. She pouted like a ghost and said, you must have made Brother Godly Doctor angry, so I won't talk to you. Li Xiaotian's face stiffened. Eating in the hands of the child, she awkwardly turned her head. Tang Zheng laughed loudly. Haha, Nana, good, but you can't talk to this kind of bad person, otherwise you will be led astray by her. If you become a bad child, no one will like you. Fang Shishir gave Nana a thumbs up. Nana excitedly nodded and said, Nana, remember, don't talk to this kind of bad person. Nana will not become a bad child, otherwise Brother Godly Doctor will not like me. Yes, Nana is a good child, I like you very much. Tang Zheng touched her delicate face, and said Tang Zheng said with a smile. Li Xiaotian angrily glared back and said, Handsome Tang, I think you are the one teaching bad things to this child. That's not it, Brother Godly Doctor is a good person, Nana listens to him and not you, you are a bad person. Nana pretended to be serious, and said seriously. Unknowingly, the car drove through a tall carved iron gate, and entered a huge building complex. This building complex was built on the mountain, but it was not a tall building, but an ancient building. Moreover, it was several times larger than Yidingdang's manor, and more importantly, the mountain seemed to be included in this huge building complex. Fang Shishir looked out the window in surprise. She was from a small rich family, but she was also shocked by this large amount, and quietly asked, What does Nana's family do, to occupy such a large area? It is like an ancient palace. Compared to an imperial palace, of course it was exaggerated, but looking at this richly decorated ancient building complex, a sense of vicissitudes of history came rushing over. Tang Jing shook his head, indicating that he was not clear about the Long family's background. Li Xiaotian caught a glimpse of the two's movements from the corner of his eyes, and his eyebrows rose. Tang Jing seemed to be very familiar with Mu Hongyan, but he did not know the Long family's background. It was really strange. The car was parked in a wide parking lot, and there were several luxury cars next to it, as if it was a small car show. Under the guidance of Mu Hongyan, the few people came to a two-story building, and first arranged for a few people to stay. This small building only had 3 guests, Tang Jing, and Mu Hongyan then said to Tang Jing, Nana's grandfather wants to see you. Tang Jing was slightly startled, and immediately understood that it must be because he cured Nana, so he nodded to show that he understood. Miss Li, you first rest, if you need anything just tell the servant. Mu Hongyan said. Li Xiaotian nodded, but looked at Tang Jing even more strangely. The Long family's old man was actually in such a hurry to see him, just who was he? Why did the Li Palace never pay attention to him? She could not help but feel a little angry. The Li Palace's information had always been the most up-to-date and complete, but they had overlooked such an important person. When she returned in the future, she would definitely rectify it. Tang Jing followed Mu Hongyan to a large study room. This study room was like a library, with several walls filled with bookshelves filled with all kinds of books. Nana jumped down from Tang Jing's embrace, and threw herself at a hale and hearty old man, and cheered, Grandfather, Brother Godly Doctor is here. This old man was the head of the Long family, Long Xianyuan. He looked at Tang Jing with bright eyes, held Nana's hand, and walked over to Tang Jing. He stretched out his big hand, held Tang Jing, and laughed, So you are the Brother Godly Doctor that Nana has been talking about, you are indeed a talented person, young and promising. Tang Jing could clearly feel the surging qi and blood in the other party's body. Although he could not see through the other party's cultivation, there was no doubt that he was a true expert. Hello, old Master Long, Tang Jing said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. You are called Tang Jing, right? I am Long Xianyuan, the head of the Long family. I still owe you a thank you for saving Nana's life. Long Xuanyuan's expression revealed some excitement as he said. Tang Zheng looked at Nana, and said with a smile, This is fate between Nana and me. What a good fate, sit down first, I want to have a good chat with you. I have heard a lot about you, even the king of medicine is full of praise for you, and wants to take you in as his disciple. Tang Jing said indifferently, that is the king of medicine senior's love, I am just an ordinary boy, I do not deserve such praise. Why not? As far as I am concerned, the king of medicine was helpless against Nana's illness, but you cured her illness with medicine, and I heard that you did not only save Nana, but also Yi Xuanji, that old man, was cured by you, it is really admirable. Old Xianyuan sighed. Tang Zheng's heart moved, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world, even Long Xianyuan knew about him curing Yi Xuanji. Long Xianyuan saw through his thoughts and explained, Tang Zheng, don't misunderstand, only Hong Yan and I know about this matter, no one else knows. Tang Zheng sighed in relief and said, thank you. I really don't want too many people to know about this matter, after all, I don't have the life-continuing pill in my hands, if others come to me for treatment, I can only be helpless. The life-continuing pill is so precious, of course it is rare, I understand. This time, you come to Dianan to stay for a while, have fun, and let our Long family be the host. I will play in Dianan for a while, I will have to disturb old master. No problem. Bang! Suddenly, the study room door was pushed open, and a person hurriedly came in and shouted, Dad, something happened. Long Xuanyuan's expression turned cold, and said in a deep voice, panicking, what are you doing? Can't you see that I am receiving a guest? As he spoke, an imposing aura burst out, causing people's hearts to involuntarily tighten. The person who came in was the second young master of the Long family, Long Tingyu. He was stunned for a moment, and his gaze stopped on Tang Zheng's body, flashing a look of surprise. Tang Zheng also sized up the other party without leaving a trace. He was in his 20s, had an imposing appearance, and was a veritable handsome man. Dad, there is an urgent matter. Long Tingyu said. Long Xianyuan nodded, Tang Zheng, go and rest with Hong Yan first, I will drink with you during the lunch banquet. Tang Zheng got up and left, holding Nana's hand, and Mu Hongyan walked out together. Dad, who is this person? Long Tingyu looked at Tang Zheng suspiciously, and his gaze swept over Mu Hongyan. When the two of them walked out of the room, he hurriedly asked. Long Xianyuan did not answer, and asked, you just said that there was an urgent matter, what happened? Wang Fuchuan was killed. It happened last night, on the train back. Long Tingyu said. Long Xuanyuan's face darkened, killed. What happened, didn't you send 3 martial artists to protect him? The 3 martial artists are also dead, all of them were injured by a blunt weapon in the throat, killed in one blow. Long Tingyu said in bewilderment, this result was unbelievable to him. The person who killed him is an expert. Long Xianyuan said thoughtfully, are there any clues? The police saw the murderer, but he escaped, but there are still a few suspects information collected by the police. I have already sent people to investigate, and the information should be back soon. Daring to kill our Long family's people, we must find the other party, otherwise, people will look down on our Long family. Long Tingyu said with righteous indignation. Long Xianyuan muttered, of course we have to find the mastermind, but from what you described, this time it was definitely done by a professional killer, and there won't be many clues left, but since the police have clues, then we will follow the vine to find the melon, and see if we can find anything. Yes, Dad, this time Wang Fuchuan specially came back to report that matter, and was killed on the way, then this matter is too worth pondering, who is behind the scenes? Long Xianyuan sneered, of course it is coveting my Long family's people, Wang Fuchuan also deserves to die, he actually dared to betray my Long family, even if he is not killed this time, I will teach him a lesson when he comes back. Ding ding. Suddenly, Long Tingyu's phone rang, he was overjoyed, Dad, the police sent a message. A few pictures and some simple information appeared on his phone. It's actually a beauty, and not just one, 2 beauties. There is also a man, why does this person look so familiar? Long Tingyu frowned suspiciously. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and shouted, isn't this the brat just now? On the phone were the photos of Tang Jing, Fang Shishir, and Li Xiaotian, but there were some differences in the photos on the ID card, so Long Tingyu did not recognize Tang Jing at a glance. But this was enough to surprise him. The suspect of Wang Fuchuan's murder case actually came to the Long family. It was too unbelievable. Let me see. Long Xianyuan took the phone and looked. Who else could it be if not Tang Jing? Moreover, the identity information on the phone was clear at a glance. It was Tang Jing. Tang Jing was actually involved in Wang Fuchuan's murder case, and Wang Fuchuan was a member of the Long family. Long Xuanyuan's two thick eyebrows immediately twisted, and his eyes became incomparably sharp, like a blade. Chapter 208. Long Xianyuan was thinking. Tang Jing saved Nana, but was involved in Wang Fuchuan's murder case. He didn't know if this was a coincidence or intentional. But no matter what, this matter had to be investigated thoroughly. Since Tang Jing was living in the Long family, there was no need to rush. I will naturally ask about this matter clearly. You don't have to worry about it. Long Xianyuan said in a deep voice. Seeing that his father did not reveal the other party's identity, Long Tingyu's heart sank. Could it be that this kid had a big background? No, seeing that he was very familiar with Mu Hongyan, could it be that he was one of Mu Hongyan's people? Long Tingyu left the study with a gloomy expression, only to see Mu Hongyan returning alone. He hurriedly went up to her and said with a smile, Sister-in-law, why didn't you accompany the guests and come back again? Mu Hongyan said, I still have something to do with Dad. Oh, what is it? Is it convenient to tell me? I can also share sister-in-law's worries and solve her problems. Long Tingyu's face could not hide the frivolous expression on his face. Mu Hongyan faintly smiled. She walked past him and headed straight for the study. Long Tingyu seemed to be used to her cold attitude and asked casually, Sister-in-law, who is that kid just now? He seems to be quite close to you. Mu Hongyan stopped and turned to look at him angrily and said, he is my friend. Oh, how come I've never seen him before? Sister-in-law, introduce your friend to me in the future. Why don't I invite sister-in-law to dinner tonight and hear about your friend? Ever since sister-in-law came back from outside, I haven't invited you to dinner. Long Tingyu said unscrupulously. The anger between Mu Hongyan's brows grew even stronger. She took a deep breath, and her towering chest heaved up and down, making Long Tingyu reluctant to look away. I'm not free. Mu Hongyan said coldly and pushed the door open to enter the study. She was very clear about what Long Tingyu was planning. Ever since her husband passed away, Long Tingyu had been plotting against her sister-in-law. Recently, he had become more and more unbridled, causing her to be extremely annoyed. Seeing Mu Hongyan's graceful figure disappear through the door, Long Tingyu did not hide the lust in his eyes as he muttered, why are you pretending to be virtuous with me? One day, I will take you. Mu Hongyan was indeed a stunner, a mature stunner that made men palpitate with eagerness. In the study, Long Xianyuan jumped up from his seat when he heard Mu Hongyan's words. He exclaimed, you said that people from the Li Palace came to our house. Mu Hongyan nodded, just now, she came with Tang Jing. It is said that they met on the train. Train? Long Xianyuan frowned. Why was it a train again? Could it be that Wang Fuchuan's death was related to the Li Palace? But it shouldn't be. The Long family and the Li Palace had never had any enmity. Did the people from the Li Palace say their intentions? Mu Hongyan shook her head and said, no, but I can see that her relationship with Tang Jing is not ordinary. How could Tang Jing be related to the people from the Li Palace? Mu Hongyan shook her head blankly. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. You should first find out her purpose. No, you should directly invite her to see me. Since she has already revealed her identity, our Long family naturally cannot neglect our guests. Mu Hongyan deeply agreed. After a while, she brought Li Xiaotian in, closed the door, and left. After a long time, Li Xiaotian was personally escorted out of the study by Long Xianyuan. Miss Li, I wish you a good time in Dianan. If you need anything, just let me know. I will fully cooperate. Long Xianyuan said with a serious face. Li Xiaotian chuckled and said, Then I will thank Master Long. Mu Hongyan looked at the two suspiciously. It was inconvenient to ask what they talked about, so she left with Li Xiaotian, leaving Long Xianyuan to return to his chair and fall into contemplation. It turns out that one of the two women on the train is from the Li Palace. Moreover, she is the Holy Maiden of the Li Palace. In the future, the Holy Maiden will be in charge of the Li Palace. At this time, a good relationship with her is absolutely beneficial to the future development of the Long family. It's just that she has been hiding the true purpose of this trip, making it difficult to figure out. The Holy Maiden of the Li Palace going out to gain experience is not a simple sightseeing. Li Xiaotian did not care about Long Xuanyuan's thoughts. She wanted to inquire more about Tang Zhang's background. She asked Mu Hongyan about Tang Zhang's information. Mu Hongyan talked about him, making Li Xiaotian helpless. However, her interest in Tang Zhang became stronger. When the two returned to the door of the small building, they heard a roar coming from inside. Mu Hongyan's face suddenly changed, because she clearly heard that it was Long Tingyu's voice. As long as there was Long Tingyu, there would be no peace. He must be the one causing trouble. So, as she rushed into the small building, Li Xiaotian's eyes lit up, and there was a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. She also quickly followed up. In the small building, Tang Zhang and Long Tingyu were confronting each other. Nana pouted and unhappily grabbed Tang Zhang's hand, while Fang Shishir stood angrily at the side. What happened? Mu Hongyan asked with a heavy face. Fang Shishir quickly said, Sister Mu, this person is too rude. He suddenly rushed in and wanted to capture us, saying that we are related to some murder case. Just now, when the three of them were resting in the small building, Long Tingyu walked in and asked Tang Zhang why he killed Wang Fuchuan. Tang Zhang was confused. Long Tingyu also saw Fang Shishir. Wasn't she the girl in the photo? Immediately, he was even more certain that the other party was related to the murder case, so he directly wanted to capture the two of them. Long Tingyu's unscrupulous behavior was not without reason. He was sure that Tang Zhang and Mu Hongyan had a close relationship. If he could confirm that the murder case was related to the two, then Mu Hongyan would be implicated and her status in the Long family would plummet. Only by knocking Mu Hongyan down from the altar would he have a chance to get close to her. In order to get Mu Hongyan, Long Tingyu had put in a lot of effort. However, Tang Zhang was not someone who could be needed by others. Of course, he would not go with him. Thus, Long Tingyu flew into a rage and prepared to make a move. Just at this time, Mu Hongyan walked in. What are you doing? She shouted angrily. Long Tingyu's face did not change. He righteously said, Sister-in-law, you came at the right time. This person is related to Wang Fuchuan's murder case, so I want to bring him back for investigation. Wang Fuchuan's murder case. What happened? He's dead. Mu Hongyan asked in surprise. Please recommend. Chapter 209. Looking at Long Tingyu, who had a sinister expression and was in incomparable pain, Mu Hongyan opened his eyes wide in shock. He never expected that Tang Zhang would actually make a move, and the effect of his attack was so terrifying. Reading comfortably, she couldn't help but think of the assassin who had been turned into an idiot by Tang Zhang's hands. However, the key point was that Long Tingyu was not an assassin, but the young master of the Long family. However, the young master of the Long family was not worth mentioning in front of Tang Jing. He had become a defeated opponent who couldn't even withstand a single blow, and was in such a sorry state. I'm going to kill you. Long Tingyu's face turned into the color of a pig's liver, and he roared angrily, Mu Hongyan, you brought people to hurt me, and even hid in this brat's embrace, it's immoral. Mu Hongyan was shocked, and subconsciously left Tang Zheng's embrace, and said angrily, Long Tingyu, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm your sister-in-law, how dare you slander me like this? Humph, you know that you're my sister-in-law, yet you're protecting outsiders. Furthermore, you're even flirting with each other. Tell me, who's right and who's wrong? Long Tingyu wanted to occupy the moral high ground and take this opportunity to pull Mu Hongyan down from the altar and let his father see her true colors. It was a great humiliation to have such a woman at home. Long Tingyu's intentions were sinister, even Tang Jing could not stand it anymore, and frowned deeply. Although Nana did not understand these words, but seeing her mother trembling in anger, she cried out, Bad person, he's a bad person, brother godly doctor, bad person is bullying mommy, you have to help mommy, woo. Seeing that, Mu Hongyan hugged Nana in her arms and comforted her, Nana, don't cry, we don't care about bad people, don't be afraid. Nana buried her head in Mu Hongyan's arms and shivered, Nana is not afraid, Mom, don't be afraid, with brother godly doctor here, no one can hurt Mom and Nana. Long Tingyu was furious, even the child did not put him in his eyes, and it was obvious that he had deep feelings for Tang Jing, which provoked him even more, and he roared, Mu Hongyan, you still dare to say that you and this brat have nothing to do with each other, even this girl is so clingy to him, I think he is the Xiao Bai face that you raised outside, to actually dare to bring Xiao Bai face back to the Long family, none of you can even think about leaving today. These words were too vicious, Mu Hongyan was so angry that his entire body was trembling, his face flushed red, he pointed at Long Tingyu and said, Long Tingyu, you are going too far. Tang Zheng was also angered by these words. He and Mu Hongyan were innocent, yet they were insulted like this. Furthermore, Fang Shishir was still by her side, what did she think? Immediately, he rushed towards Long Tingyu, if you don't know how to speak, then I'll teach you. His speed was very fast, Long Tingyu staggered back until he was in front of the wall, and had no way to retreat. Tang Zheng was already in front of him, and grabbed his collar. Long Tingyu anxiously extended his hand to block, but he had already lost one of his arms, how could he be a match for Tang Jing? In the blink of an eye, Tang Jing had grabbed onto his other arm. Ka-cha! His arm was dislocated and drooped down. Long Tingyu let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Cold sweat poured out and his face was as pale as paper. Tang Jing did not stop there, his big hand directly grabbed onto Long Tingyu's neck, lifted him up, and fiercely threw him at Mu Hongyan's feet. Long Tingyu was like a wild dog at Mu Hongyan's feet. He was in a sorry state as he cried out miserably. Tang Zheng's series of actions were as fast as lightning. Before the others could react, they saw this scene and were immediately dumbstruck. Li Xiaotian's eyes were like bright stars in the night sky, growing brighter and brighter as he stared at Tang Jing. Fang Shishir, on the other hand, looked at Tang Jing with a face full of concern, unable to hide the fear on his face. At the scene, the happiest person was Nana. She clapped her hands excitedly and cheered, Brother Godly Doctor is so powerful. Beat the bad guy, beat the bad guy. Mu Hongyan lowered his head to look at Long Tingyu who was at his feet, and felt as if he was dreaming. Long Tingyu had always been high and mighty, and had harassed her in every possible way, but she was powerless to do anything about it. She never thought that Long Tingyu would be lying at her feet, in such a sorry state. However, she instantly realized that something was wrong. Tang Zheng's treatment of Long Tingyu was tantamount to poking a huge hole in the sky. Even if he saved Nana's life, it would still bring him a lot of trouble. Long Tingyu was a person who would definitely seek revenge for the smallest grievance. After suffering such a great humiliation, he would definitely not let it go and would definitely wait for an opportunity to take revenge. As expected, Long Tingyu struggled to stand up and roared, "Brat, I will definitely kill you. I will burn your bones and scatter your ashes, so that you will never be able to turn over a monk." Bang! What answered him was a ruthless kick from Tang Jing. Tang Jing stepped on his body, causing him to fall flat on his face. The bridge of his nose hit the ground and blood flowed out. "You still dare to threaten me? Do you believe that I will kill you right now?" Killing intent burst out from Tang Zhang's eyes. Back then, he didn't even dare to give face to Yi Xuanji, let alone a hedonistic young master like Long Tingyu. Li Xiaotian looked at Tang Zhang with interest. He really wanted to kill him. Interesting, there were probably very few people in this world who dared to kill the young master of the Long family. He was really a different person. Long Tingyu's pig-like scream spread far and wide, alarming the people of the Long family. A woman's voice came from afar. "Who dares to hurt my son?" A graceful and noble woman entered the small building under the escort of a large group of people. When she saw Long Tingyu being stepped on the ground, the woman turned pale with fright and screamed, "Ah, my son, how did you become like this?" Then, his gaze landed on Tang Zhang's body, and he flew into a rage. "Do it! Kill this person! He dares to hurt my son, he deserves to die." So. Two powerful men jumped out from behind her. The two of them were actually first-stage post-celestial stage warriors, and in the blink of an eye, they were in front of Tang Jing. The moment the two of them made their moves, they were extremely dangerous. They greeted Tang Jing from top to bottom, left to right, and covered almost all directions. Tang Jing growled. He lifted Long Tingyu up with the tip of his foot and smashed him towards the two of them. Seeing that, the two of them withdrew their attacks and retreated in shock, afraid that they would hurt Long Tingyu. Tang Jing followed him like a shadow, hiding behind Long Tingyu. He punched out again and again. Bang bang! Two punches landed on their chests, and the two of them flew out like kites with their strings cut, unable to stand up again. This attack was Tang Zhang's full-strength attack. Its power was extraordinary, and it was bound to hit the target with one strike, as well as disintegrate the opponent's fighting strength. These two first-stage post-celestial stage warriors were afraid of breaking the vases, so they received Tang Zhang's most ferocious attack and instantly lost their fighting strength. Taking care of two first-stage post-celestial stage warriors in one move, this scene deeply shocked everyone. Even the aggressive woman was dumbstruck. A very discordant voice rang out. Nana clapped excitedly and shouted, "Brother Godly Doctor is so awesome, you defeated all the bad guys." Mu Hongyan's heart trembled. She immediately stopped her shouting daughter, because she saw that her mother-in-law's face was already like the sky before a storm, so gloomy that it was difficult to breathe. Li Xiaotian smacked her lips. She had a new understanding of Tang Zhang's strength. To be able to defeat two first-stage post-celestial stage warriors, just what cultivation level was he at, and how much was he hiding? What an enigmatic handsome guy. Mrs. Long supported his son, wiped the blood off his face with a pained heart, and screamed, "Who exactly are you? How dare you behave atrociously in the Long family?" Long Tingyu finally heaved a sigh of relief, and said with a sad face, "Mom, you have to uphold justice for me. This brat is Mu Hongyan's lover. He came to the Long family to show off his strength. This is treating the Long family as if there is no one left." As he said that, a sinister look flashed across his eyes. "Mu Hongyan, let's see what you can do this time. If you dare to hurt me, I will take everything away from you." Mrs. Long loved his son dearly, and did not have much of a good impression of Mu Hongyan, because she had always thought that Mu Hongyan was a jinx. Not long after she married his eldest son died. She attributed all of this to Mu Hongyan, and even Nana did not have a good expression. This pair of mother and daughter were despised by her in every aspect of the Long family. If not for Mu Hongyan's excellent talent in business and managing such a large family business for the Long family, he would have been kicked out of the family long ago. This time, it was actually Mu Hongyan who brought her lover back to hurt Long Tingyu. Mrs. Long was already extremely angry, and only had one thought, to chase this pair of jinx out of the Long family, and definitely not let them stay any longer. Mrs. Long bared his teeth and said, "All right, Mu Hongyan, you are not a woman, I will teach you a good lesson today. Men, aren't you very good at fighting? Let me see how good he is at fighting. Call everyone over and break this brat's legs first. Then, I will slowly torture him." Mu Hongyan turned pale with fright. He suppressed the shame and anger in his heart and explained, "Grandma, this is all a misunderstanding, this is all his nonsense, these are the guests of the Long family, you can't do this." "Guest, how come I didn't know that the Long family had such a guest?" Mrs. Long remained unmoved. Mu Hongyan's heart was in a mess. He knew that at this juncture, no matter how he explained, it was useless. A huge battle was unavoidable. All of this was caused by Long Tingyu stirring up trouble, reversing black and white. It was too vicious. Tang Jing laughed bitterly. What was originally a happy trip had ended up like this, and he was even in danger. It was truly unexpected. He stood in front of Fang Shishir and said in a low voice, "When the fight starts, you wait for the opportunity to leave first. I'll cover the back." "No, I want to fight side by side with you," Fang Shishir said firmly. "Be good, the other party has a lot of people, it's not the time to act on impulse. If someone attacks, you must not be lenient," Tang Jing warned. Fang Shishir bit her lips, wanting to say something but hesitated. In the end, she nodded her head in agreement. She knew that if she stayed, she would only be a burden to Tang Jing. Tang Jing then looked at Li Xiaotian and said, "I don't care what you want to do, when the fight starts, you have to protect the mother and daughter and leave." Li Xiaotian laughed involuntarily. "Are you really planning to start a war with them? Can we not fight? All of this is because of you. If you didn't involve us in the murder case, how could the situation become like this? Therefore, you can't escape the blame. I don't care what kind of organization the Li Palace is, I only hope that you can protect the mother and daughter. Otherwise, even if I become a ghost in the future, I will not let you go." Tang Zheng's face was gloomy, he was definitely not joking. Chapter 210. Li Xiaotian felt Tang Zheng's determination and said with a smile, "Okay, don't worry, I will definitely protect the two of them. Show me your true ability and let me broaden my horizons." Sogu, 360, So searched JDXS to download novels for free, this was her ultimate goal. Tang Jing coldly harumphed, not caring about her little thoughts. He stepped forward and stood in front of them. Mu Hongyan stared at his back in a daze. He had saved the mother and daughter several times, but this time he was involved in the Long family's disturbance because of them. She couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. Suddenly, she didn't know where she got the courage from, but she actually rushed in front of Tang Jing and said loudly to the people in front of her, "No one is allowed to move. If you dare to move, you will definitely regret it. If you don't believe me, you can ask the old man. He knows the whole story." At this juncture, only by bringing out Long Xianyuan could they suppress these people. Otherwise, a great battle would be inevitable. As soon as she said this, everyone subconsciously stopped and looked at Madame Long. A trace of panic flashed through Long Tingyu's eyes, and he quickly said, "Don't listen to her nonsense, she is just stalling for time. Go, go." Madame Long finally chose to believe in her son and shouted, "Everyone, go. Bang! Everyone no longer hesitated and rushed towards Tang Jing. Tang Jing quickly pulled Mu Hongyan behind him and shouted, "Go!" Then, like a fierce tiger, he rushed into the crowd. Most of these people were warriors, most of them were in the body refinement stage, but there was a 5th-grade Hotian expert. This person was tall and strong, and he rushed forward like a bulldozer, crushing all obstacles. In an instant, he passed everyone and faced Tang Jing directly. Tang Jing's eyes narrowed. He had noticed this person just now, because he couldn't see through this big man's cultivation. This meant that the other party was definitely a master in the Hotian stage, and it was obvious that the two people just now couldn't compare to him. A powerful aura surged forth, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Tang Jing was completely enveloped by this aura. Tang Jing had no way out, he could only press forward, because if he retreated, the people behind him would be exposed. Thus, with a sword cry, the War Soul sword suddenly slashed out. Whoosh! A biting cold sword edge attacked the other party. This person clearly did not expect Tang Jing to use a weapon and reacted in a panic. Puff! Tang Jing's war spirit drew a strange arc and left a deep wound on his opponent's arm. The opponent flew into a rage and threw a punch at Tang Jing's head. Tang Jing raised his sword to block the attack. The other party was afraid of harming the innocent, so his attack suddenly changed, and he blasted towards Tang Jing's chest. The speed of this change was really shocking. However, Tang Jing had a big fight with Xiao Xiaoling, who was an 8th-grade Hotian master, not long ago. Therefore, even if he met such a master in the Hotian stage again, he was not afraid in terms of momentum. Tang Jing's change was also very fast. The War Soul sword brushed past the opponent's arm, making the opponent break out in a cold sweat. Even if it didn't cut, the opponent could deeply feel the extraordinariness of this black sword. "Hey, boy, I'll let you taste the taste of my war hammer." Suddenly, the opponent roared and pulled out a war hammer from his waist. This war hammer had been inserted in his back waist. At this moment, seeing that he couldn't take down Tang Jing, he had to use his weapon. Whoosh! The war hammer waved, and the air wave was like a rolling flood, surging towards Tang Jing, suffocating him. Tang Jing was aghast and hurriedly used the wind and cloud surging. The strong air wave made him unable to open his eyes. Bang! When the blade of the sword landed on the war hammer, a crack actually appeared on the war hammer. The big man's face turned pale. His war hammer was made of steel, but it was actually split open by the opponent's black sword. This meant that the opponent's black sword was definitely a divine weapon. Tang Jing was also stunned for a moment. His confidence increased greatly. The War Soul sword seemed to have changed a little compared to when he first got it. The yin qi was getting thicker and thicker, and the sharpness had also increased. With the divine weapon in hand, Tang Jing was like a god helping him. He attacked the opponent again. When the others saw this, they didn't dare to get close. A few clever people bypassed him and rushed towards Mu Hongyan and the others. Li Xiaotian and Fang Shishir took the lead and stood at the front. When several enemies rushed up, the two of them attacked one after another. But the two's attack methods were completely different. Fang Shishir only learned magic and didn't learn martial arts. Thus, it was inconvenient for her to use magic. So, she used the body lock technique. When a person rushed over, she would point her finger at the person, and the person wouldn't be able to move, turning into a puppet. Although this was the body lock technique, it was disguised as the pressure point technique. Li Xiaotian's eyes lit up. The pressure point technique could only be done by a Hotian realm martial artist. Could it be that Fang Shishir was also a Hotian realm martial artist? At this time, Li Xiaotian was very curious about who taught Fang Shishir and Tang Jing. They were actually Hotian realm martial artists in their teens. Fang Shishir's attack was clean and efficient. In a short while, 4 puppet-like people appeared in front of her. Nana clapped her hands. Sister Shusher is so powerful. Do your best, turn them into puppets. The little girl wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she added fuel to the fire. Li Xiaoyan's attack was completely different. She was like a butterfly, lightly dancing. Her dance was very beautiful, but the power of her attack was definitely not to be underestimated. The people who rushed over didn't even have time to scream before they fell to the ground, unconscious. Quickly go. Tang Zheng saw this scene and his confidence increased. He hurriedly urged. The few of them rushed towards the door. No one is allowed to leave. Mrs. Long roared and ordered arrogantly. His other subordinates blocked the door like a swarm of bees, blocking their way. Seeing that, Tang Zheng was helpless, because he was already entangled by the big-sized man. The big-sized man was afraid of his War Soul sword, so he used a roundabout strategy. The War Soul sword was unable to hit him, so he was unable to escape. Stop! Suddenly, an angry roar sounded. It was like a sudden clap of thunder on the ground, shaking everyone's eardrums to the point of pain. A hale and hearty figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. If it wasn't the head of the Long family, Long Xianyuan, who else could it be? But at this moment, his gloomy face was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Everyone looked at him and subconsciously stopped. Tang Jing hurriedly returned to Fang Shusher's side to protect them and looked at Long Xianyuan from afar. Li Xiaotian curled her lips in disappointment. She seemed to feel that it was a pity that this battle didn't continue. Who can tell me what is going on? Long Xuanyuan's low voice sounded. Dad, Mu Hongyan colluded with this pretty boy to kill Wang Fuchuan. She even brought this pretty boy back to harm me. Do you see how badly he has hurt me? Long Tingyu, the villain, complained first. He sucked in cold air and shouted at the top of his lungs. Long Xianyuan was furious. His son actually accused his sister-in-law of having an affair. Whether it was true or not, if this spread out, it would be a fatal blow to the Long family's reputation. Long Xianyuan valued his reputation the most, but Long Tingyu wanted to make it known to the whole world. This was simply stabbing Long Xuanyuan's heart with a knife. Shut up! Long Xianyuan shouted, as if he couldn't wait to kill him with his own hands. Long Tingyu looked at his father at a loss. He didn't know why his father was so angry at him, but he kept quiet out of fear and didn't dare to say more. Hongyan, what do you think is going on? Long Xianyuan looked at Mu Hongyan and asked. At this moment, Mu Hongyan's face and ears were red. She was ashamed and angry at the same time. Dad, he is talking nonsense. He is slandering me. As soon as I walked out of the house, I heard that he wanted to take Tang Jing away. He said that he was the murderer of Wang Fuchuan. This is slander. I tried to dissuade him, but he said those hurtful words. Mu Hongyan was so angry that she almost fainted. Long Xianyuan had figured out what was going on. He knew his son's character. If it was someone else, he might be suspicious. But Tang Zhang was a high school graduate who saved Nana. How could he have Mu Hongyan's Xiaobai face? There was no doubt that all this was slander. Madame Long didn't know about this and quickly helped. Master, don't listen to this woman's sophistry. I believe in Tingyu. He must expel this woman from the family. Otherwise, it will be a great insult to our Long family. Madame Long really lived up to the saying, a loving mother makes a bad son. Shut up, look at how you have spoiled your son. Where is the propriety? Long Xianyuan asked. I didn't do anything wrong. If I don't love him, who else will? Madame Long said shamelessly. Long Xianyuan shook his head helplessly. As the saying goes, even an upright official can't solve a family dispute. Although he had profound skills and was in charge of a large family business, he couldn't help but feel powerless in this kind of matter. "Dad, I can't stay in this house anymore. I can't stand such slander. I will move out," Mu Hongyan said angrily. It was difficult for her to calm down. "Hongyan, why do you have to do this? I will teach this kid a lesson. I believe that he won't dare to do this again," Long Xianyuan persuaded. With his status, he could speak softly to his wife. It could be seen that Mu Hongyan was important in his heart. Mu Hongyan shook her head firmly. "No, I will live outside." Madame Long and Long Tingyu looked at each other and were secretly happy. Madame Long thought that she had driven away this scourge. Long Tingyu, on the other hand, thought that they would not be under the same roof in the future. Instead, he would have a chance to make a move. When the time came, he would create an opportunity to take advantage of her. "Well, since you can't wait to leave, master, let her go. Our Long family will not force you. It's best if you don't come back in the future," Madame Long said impatiently. Mu Hongyan looked at her mother-in-law's face. Her heart was dead. All these years, she had suffered in front of her mother-in-law. What was she doing in this family? Why not leave? Could it be that if she left the Long family, she and Nana couldn't live? Absolutely not. She had to leave. Tang Zhang and the others didn't expect that in the end, they would play out such a drama. Tang Zhang and Fang Shishir felt guilty. If they didn't come to Dianan, this family wouldn't be in such a mess. Looking at Mu Hongyan's resolute expression, Long Xianyuan sighed. He was very clear that she was soft on the outside but tough on the inside. This time, Long Tingyu's words had touched her bottom line, which was why she was so resolute. "Hongyan, it's good for you to go out and live for a while. Come back after a while. As for this unfilial son, get back to your room. Within a week, you are not allowed to leave this house, or I will break your legs." Long Xianyuan glared at Long Tingyu fiercely. He was so scared that he trembled and hurriedly hid behind Madame Long. Chapter 211. Seeing how her husband was threatening her son, Mrs. Long snorted in dissatisfaction and said, "Look at how injured he is and he still dares to be so fierce to him. Mu Hongyan can leave, but this brat must stay. He injured our son, and in our house, he must be severely punished as a warning to others. Yes, this brat is too arrogant, he dares to come to the Long family and behave atrociously. Father, you must uphold justice for me." Long Tingyu begged, looking at Tang Zheng with eyes full of hatred. Long Xianyuan looked at Tang Zheng, then looked at Nana, gritted his teeth and said, "Tang Zheng has done good to the Long family, but you bastard actually dared to harm him. Where is the reputation of the Long family?" The mother and son were shocked. How could this Xiao Bai have done good to the Long family? It was simply a bunch of nonsense, but no one dared to question the words that came out of Long Xuanyuan's mouth. What did he do to the Long family? Mrs. Long could not help but ask. Long Xianyuan glanced at Li Xiaotian. He had promised Tang Jing that he would not tell a third party about this matter, so he resolutely said, "You don't need to know about this matter. Take your son away for treatment, otherwise do you really want him to become a cripple?" Mrs. Long looked at her son's miserable appearance with a broken hand, and finally said with heartache, "All right, then I'll let him go this time, brat. Next time don't fall into my hands, otherwise I'll make you beg for death." Tang Jing snorted. He was not afraid at all. Long Xianyuan looked at him with shame and said, "Tang Jing, I'm sorry, this time I let you see a joke, fortunately you are not injured." Seeing that Long Xianyuan was reasonable, Tang Jing did not bicker with him, and nodded, indicating that he was not seriously injured. "You can continue to stay here, I guarantee that no one will disturb you," Long Xianyuan promised. Tang Zheng looked at Mu Hongyan and said, "No need, we will go to a hotel." Long Xianyuan said embarrassedly, "Why bother?" Tang Zheng waved his hand and said, "Master Long, there's no need to persuade me anymore. I'm really sorry for disturbing you today. We'll take our leave first." "Wait, Tang Zheng." Mu Hongyan suddenly cried, "I asked you to come to Dianan to play. I haven't done my duty as the host. How can I let you stay in a hotel?" "Dad, I still have an empty room. I'll bring them to my place." Obviously, Mu Hongyan definitely had more than one residence in the Long family's huge mansion in Dianan, so she was determined to move out. Long Xianyuan hesitated for a moment and nodded helplessly, "All right, then Hongyan, you treat them well and thank them for everything they have done for the Long family." "I know." Mu Hongyan nodded solemnly. "Nana, Grandpa will visit you in the future. Remember to listen to your mother, okay?" Long Xianyuan hugged Nana and said intimately. At this moment, he finally showed his kind side. Obviously, he was very close to Nana. Nana rubbed her pink face against her grandfather's face and said in a childish voice, "Grandpa, don't worry, Nana will definitely listen to Mother, and with Brother Godly Doctor accompanying me, Nana will be very obedient." Long Xianyuan looked at Tang Zheng and smiled kindly, "Nana is so obedient." Li Xiaotian looked at this scene thoughtfully. The relationship between Tang Zheng and the Long family was really complicated. Tang Zheng actually helped the Long family. What exactly was this kindness? Hey, it's getting more and more interesting. Tang Zheng, if I don't know everything about you, I won't give up. Miss Li, you can stay in the Long family. The Long family will definitely treat you well. Long Xianyuan said to Li Xiaotian. Li Xiaotian smiled and shook her head, "No, I will go with them." "Madam Long, I wonder if you welcome me." Mu Hongyan looked at Li Xiaotian in surprise and said, "Miss Li Xiaotian's identity is noble, it's best for you to stay in the Long family." Li Xiaotian glanced at Tang Zheng and shook her head, "If I stay here, I don't know anyone. It's better to go with you." Tang Zheng coldly glared at Li Xiaotian. This woman was like a ghost that refused to disperse. She was too shameless. "Old Master Long, I won't disturb you, but I can be sure of one thing, Tang Zheng really has nothing to do with Wang Fuchuan's death. You can go find the cold-faced killer Xiao Xiaoling and ask him who did it." Li Xiaotian betrayed Xiao Xiaoling in the blink of an eye. At that time, she promised not to tell anyone. She didn't expect that she would go back on her word in less than a day. This woman's words really couldn't be trusted at all. Immediately, Tang Zheng was even more vigilant against her, but fortunately, she told the truth and completely cleared the suspicion of Tang Zheng. Long Xianyuan frowned and said, "He actually did it. Thank you for telling me, Miss Li. I will go find him and investigate clearly. He dared to kill the people of the Long family. Humph, he ate a leopard's guts." While speaking, an imposing aura suddenly burst out, making people's heart palpitate. "Dad, Wang Fuchuan's death may be related to the recent incident." Mu Hongyan reminded, then looked at Tang Zheng and the other two, and didn't say much. "I understand." Long Xianyuan didn't want to be entangled in this topic. Mu Hongyan and the others left the Long family by car. Two pairs of resentful eyes watched their car disappear in the vast traffic. Not long after, they arrived at their new residence, a small lakeside villa next to a park. Although it was not as magnificent as the Long family, there were trees and water, fresh air, and pleasant scenery. Mu Hongyan introduced, "This house was where Nana's father and I lived. Since his death, I only came here occasionally for a period of time. But Lu Ma has been staying here, so we can live here at any time." While speaking, Lu Ma had already come out to greet them. She was very happy to know that the mistress was coming back to live. When she saw Tang Jing, she couldn't hide her surprise. She had seen Tang Jing several times when she was in ordinary balance. She didn't understand Tang Zheng's identity, but she knew how important Tang Zheng was to Mu Hongyan. She didn't know why he came to Dianan again. "Let's go, I'll arrange a room for you," Mu Hongyan took the initiative to say. Her face was a little more calm and relaxed than before, and she led them to arrange a room. Fang Shishir was embarrassed to stay in the same room with Tang Jing in public, so the three of them arranged 3 rooms. After lunch, Mu Hongyan personally took them to the most prosperous high-end shopping mall. Because their luggage was left on the train, they had to buy all their daily necessities and clothes again. Tang Jing rarely went shopping. It was the first time in his life to accompany 3 beautiful women with different styles and a little girl like a porcelain doll to go shopping. When they got off the train, there was no doubt that they attracted almost everyone's attention, regardless of men, women, old, or young. Tang Jing stood in the middle, with Fang Shishir holding his arm, like a green leaf among thousands of flowers, and also received countless gazes. Please recommend. Chapter 212. Even though Tang Zheng's face was thick enough, when he saw the dazzling array of women's underwear, he still couldn't help but blush a little. "Welcome, please feel free to choose whatever you need." The salesperson warmly welcomed them, her eyes resting on Fang Shishir's face as she said in her heart, "What a beautiful girl." The 2 of them wanted to retreat, but it was too late, and Mu Hongyan and the other 2 were also following them, so they could only brace themselves and move forward. In an instant, the underwear store seemed to have added a dazzling luster. These 3 beauties with different styles were really dazzling. Nana excitedly clapped her hands and said, "These clothes are so beautiful, Nana also wants them." Mu Hongyan hurriedly stopped Nana, faintly smiling, infinitely flirtatious. Many of the men who accompanied their wives to the underwear store were originally dizzy and incomparably embarrassed. When they heard this, they all raised their heads, their eyes shining as if they had been injected with chicken blood as they stared at these people. Great beauties, and 3 great beauties, it was too good for the eyes. Since they were already here, they might as well make the best of it. If they turned around now, they would definitely be ridiculed by Li Xiaotian, so Tang Jing pretended to be calm and said, "Shishir, you go and choose." Fang Shishir's charming face was slightly red. Although she and Tang Jing already had skin-to-skin contact, it was still difficult to hide her shyness in front of so many people to choose underwear. Mu Hongyan smiled as she looked at the couple, held Nana's hand, and naturally started to choose. Li Xiaotian's reaction was the biggest. It was her first time in the underwear store, just like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Looking at these beautiful underwear, she wasn't shy. Instead, she was like a flower butterfly, shuttling back and forth, exclaiming from time to time, "Wow, this is so beautiful, it would definitely look good in it. This is also not bad." After a while, she took out several bras and placed them in front of her chest, then said to Tang Jing, "Handsome Tang, which one do you think looks good on me?" "Pooh!" Tang Jing almost had a nosebleed. "Why are you asking me? Besides, it's really tempting to hold a bra in front of your chest like that, you know?" Several men nearby were already staring blankly, causing their girlfriends to fly into a rage. Li Xiaotian, the culprit, acted as if he didn't see it. He pursed his lips and snickered. He walked straight to Tang Jing and asked, "What do you think? Say something." Tang Jing glanced at Fang Shishir's face, which was gradually turning hostile. He quickly turned his head away and ignored her. This woman was too vicious. She was constantly trying to sow discord. Coincidentally, Fang Shishir also chose a bra. She dragged Tang Jing into a fitting room and said, "Come in with me to try it on." She looked at Li Xiaotian provocatively. When the others saw Tang Jing being dragged into the fitting room, they were jealous. It was too tempting and happy to accompany such a beautiful woman to try on underwear. In the narrow fitting room, Tang Jing and Fang Shishir looked at each other. Fang Shishir pulled him in purely to fight back against Li Xiaoyan's provocation, but after they came in, they couldn't help but feel shy. She pulled Tang Jing to try on underwear in front of everyone. What would others think? What would they think of her? Tang Jing didn't notice her embarrassment and urged a little impatiently, "Hurry up and take off your clothes. If you don't take them off, how can you try them on?" Fang Shishir glanced at him and whispered, "You'd better go out. It's embarrassing." Tang Jing smiled and said, "You pulled me in and then asked me to go out. How can I do that? Besides, it's not like I haven't seen it before." As he spoke, his eyes stared straight at her full breasts. Fang Shishir was too ashamed to show her face. She quickly covered his mouth with her hand and said, "Don't say it. Don't say it. It's so embarrassing." "Well, then I won't say it. I'll just look. If you keep dawdling, others will think that we are doing something inside. I'm afraid the salespeople will knock on the door." Tang Jing smiled evilly. Looking at him like this, Fang Shishir knew that he was up to no good. She couldn't help but glare at him fiercely and helplessly began to take off her clothes. "Do you need my help? I am very willing to help others." Tang Jing volunteered his services. "No, I'll do it myself. You're not allowed to touch me." Fang Shishir's eyes were almost dripping water. Her body was particularly sensitive. As long as Tang Jing touched her, it would be difficult for her to maintain her inner firmness. If he did something inside, then how would she face Mu Hongyan and the others in the future? Fang Shishir took off her shirt. She was wearing a t-shirt. After taking it off, her full breasts and flat stomach were exposed. "Don't look." Seeing that Tang Jing's eyes were about to sink into the snow-white gap, Fang Shishir quickly hugged her chest. She was hugging the pipa and covering half of her face. She was even more charming and seductive. Tang Jing's nose almost bled. Although he had seen this pair of treasures before, he had never seen it in this kind of situation. There was no doubt that there were many people outside staring at the fitting room, guessing what kind of charming thing was happening inside. It was equivalent to the two people doing these things in broad daylight under the watchful eyes of many people. The excitement was incomparable. Feeling his burning gaze of aggression, Fang Shishir's breathing involuntarily quickened. She muttered, "Don't look at me like that. I'll be embarrassed." At this time, how could he not look and not look? Tang Jing not only looked, but also wanted to make a move. "What are you doing? There are people outside. What if they hear us?" "I'm taking off your clothes. I'm not doing anything else," Tang Jing said seriously. But no matter how you listened, it sounded like a lie. Fang Shishir was helpless and could only let him do whatever he wanted. With a snap sound, the bra button was skillfully unbuttoned by Tang Jing. Fang Shishir quickly hugged her chest and said in a mosquito-like voice, "I'll do it myself. It's okay. I'm very helpful." Tang Jing reached out his hands, grabbed the bra from behind, and slowly pulled it off. The pair of full breasts fell into Tang Jing's demonic hands. "Ah!" Fang Shishir let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly covered her mouth, afraid that the people outside would hear. In this way, Tang Jing completely controlled the pair of treasures. Fang Shishir's body went soft like water and was about to melt. She breathed out like orchids and weakly begged for mercy, "Tang Jing, stop messing around. Otherwise, others will hear." Tang Jing blew a breath in her ear and said, "Who told you to stay alone when we were assigned rooms today? Didn't we agree that the two of us would live together?" Fang Shishir blushed and was incomparably shy. It's not good to let Sister Mu see us staying in the same room. Tang Zheng said indifferently, we're boyfriend and girlfriend. What's wrong with staying in the same room? Moreover, you pulled me in this time. Don't tell me she still doesn't know how far our relationship has progressed. Fang Shishir was shocked. She only cared about Li Xiaotian and did not think of this. Promise me that you'll open the door for me tonight. Otherwise, I won't let go. Tang Jing threatened naughtily. You're bullying people. Yes, I'm bullying you. Bad. Fang Shishir said coquettishly. Really? I think I'm pretty good. Tang Jing tightened his grip and Fang Shishir let out a suppressed cry of surprise from her throat. She quickly begged for mercy. Okay, I promise you. Stop messing around, okay? Seeing her delicate and pitiful appearance, if it weren't for the fact that they were in front of everyone, he really wanted to do her. He let go of his hand and said, I said I would help. Of course, I will do as I say. Tang Jing no longer teased her and properly put on a bra for her. Fang Shishir supported herself against the wall, otherwise she would have fallen down. Tang Jing teased her until her entire body was sore and weak. How does it feel? Tang Jing considerately asked. Fang Shishir nodded and urged, it's okay. Let's quickly go out. Otherwise, others will think we're doing something inside. Tang Jing laughed, let them think. It's none of our business anyway. Really, stop messing around. Okay, I'll help you put on your own bra. Tang Jing was very honest this time. He put on the bra and then helped her put on the t-shirt. Fang Shishir was tightly wrapped. Only then did she relax. She patted her chest and fiercely glared at Tang Jing and said, you big bad guy. As she said this, she grabbed Tang Jing's waist. Tang Jing hurriedly said, if you dare to grab, I dare to scream. What do you think people outside will think we're doing? Fang Shishir's movement stiffened. She helplessly stopped and said, I'll deal with you tonight. I'll be the one to deal with you tonight. Tang Jing shrugged, not afraid in the slightest. With a "Kacha" sound, the door to the fitting room opened. The two walked out. Tang Jing acted as if nothing had happened. His face was calm. Fang Shishir was not as thick-skinned as him. Her face was as red as a peach blossom, causing people to have wild and fanciful thoughts. Many men stared at Tang Jing with red eyes. This beast, he actually did something bad in the fitting room. That feeling must be very ecstatic. Li Xiaotian walked over and casually said, excuse me. You've been in there for so long. I don't know what bad things you've done. When Fang Shishir heard this, she was so ashamed that she wanted to crawl into a hole. Tang Jing was not afraid in the slightest and said, yo, you're jealous, right? So sour. Do you want me to accompany you in? If you want to accompany me, just say it. I'm a very helpful person. Let's go. Let's go in. Li Xiaotian's charming face turned red. She was a virgin and would occasionally be a bit valiant in this aspect. However, she was not as thick-skinned as Tang Jing. She reprimanded, scram. Then she ran back into the fitting room. Tang Jing was like a victorious soldier. Little guy, you want to fight with me? I'm a man. Do you think I'm afraid of you? When the other men saw him openly flirt with other beauties in front of his girlfriend, they really admired him. Unlike them, when they looked at other beauties, their girlfriends would glare at them coldly. Mu Hongyan frowned and looked at Tang Jing. After hesitating for a moment, she said, Tang Jing, Li Xiaotian's identity is not ordinary. You should try not to have too big of a conflict with her. Tang Jing was shocked and said, how big is Li Palace's strength? How much influence does it have on the outside world? Mu Hongyan originally thought that Tang Jing understood Li Palace very well. However, she did not know that he was completely blind. She hurriedly said, "One palace, one sect, and one hall are the three most mysterious places in the world. Li Palace is the place that outsiders are most familiar with. This is because Li Palace's ability to gather information is the most comprehensive in the world. Correspondingly, it has the most contact with the outside world." You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.